Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And I gotta do something before we begin, but I also want to take the time to make sure I've thanked the people that have contributed this month financially. If you want your name on, the appreciation placards I read at the start of every stream, Twitch subscription, Patreon or coffee membership, or a one-off donation made through the coffee or other similar platforms would be how you get your name on this plaque. Thank you again so much to the people who either buy or gift subscriptions or do any of that other stuff I just listed. Thank you again to Michael DS and Kanan QXQ's gifter for the subscriptions. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with that. Again, including the relatively new coin stamp tornado. Animated this puppy myself. I hope everybody has fun with that. And I don't have any Patreon members or one-off contributors during this cycle, but I would like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for his Valkyrie tier subscription. The contribution means more than words could say. Thank you so much for that. And again, no one-off contributors there. So I'm gonna attempt to move a dock around real quick, and then we will get started. Un momento, per favore. Let's try it again. Yeah, I think I've got this centered pretty much correctly. As long as I don't move my head too much. But yeah, hopefully we're all doing well today. I have not done anything off camera since last time, so there's no updates on that front. As for what happened last time, we completed the entirety of the Tabanthan area with the exception of caves and chasms. We're going to be doing that today. We're going to be looking at a lot of caves and chasms. In addition, from what I spoke of the off-camera experience last time, I got the names of these things revealed, but I never really went and did anything with them. Today, the object of today's thumbnail, in case it wasn't obvious, is the Secret Spring of Revival. We are going to be checking that out today. If we get done with all of the things in Tabantha and the Underground, I am going to be coming back and trying my hand at some of these things that we haven't done in a while. When I say some of these things, I should not have my brain broken. My apologies. What I mean to say is some of these enemies and locations that we've left for later, we have some health. We might be able to do them now. Time will tell. Anyway, but first we should get started with, we should get started by marking all of the caves and chasms, and there are a lot of them in the Tabanthan area. There are an incredible amount of them. Let's see, there's this one here. There is this one over by this string of trees. Pretty sure it's around here. And I'm gonna have to, like, tab away from chat for a second while, or, like, you know, switch to the internet. OBS is doing weird things with my docs today. I'm gonna have to take a look at them. I hadn't taken a look at them since yesterday, and yesterday they were fine. Like, they're functional. I can use them, but I only have 25% of the doc's viewing area for whatever reason, and all of the text prompts highlight red whenever I type into them, meaning that there's like a communication issue with OBS. So I am gonna have to look into that this weekend and hopefully have some answers by the time Monday shows up. Okay, we've got this one that's probably in a well somewhere. Yeah, look, there's a little bit of a setup right there. Let me make sure I don't tip the glass that's on my table. And then we have what? What other caves have we technically not been to yet? That one is a cave. I'm gonna mark that one. I'm gonna mark... Oh, we've got a cave and a well. And what is it? It's somewhere around here. And the last one is here. We got a bunch of spots to check out. We should get to doing that. So we've got a full docket today. Hey there, Mr. NK. Welcome on, and good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today. Hope you enjoy your stay. We are engaging in the last bit of exploration we're going to be doing before jumping into Hebra. Once we jump into Hebra, it's story time. We're going to be dealing with the problems the Rito have, and we're not going to be doing any unnecessary exploration until it is done. The only thing I will probably do to make it easier on us is go grab the tower in Hebra. That's going to make a lot of problems sort of disappear when we go and grab the tower. I want to be able to see where we're going. That's really about it. I think that's how I intend to go through and accomplish these. So we have periods where we're not going to touch the main story, or we're going to handle some side quests, and then we have periods where, okay, we're focusing on the story. It's time to do the story now. It's no longer time to faff about and play around by collecting a well-meaning poop joke, among other things. NK says the regional phenomena quest is very fun, in my opinion. Yeah, you know, I've had a lot of people ask me if I've even started the regional phenomena quest yet. I get the feeling that's the one people really want to see, because, you know, the game's plot is just tied up in that, right? I totally get it. It is a story game. And I think this will just let me go to the outside. And hopefully I'll get some more interesting drip along the way so I don't look like a clown straight out of an MMO. Oh my god, this is so World of Warcraft. It's not even funny. I totally remember the time where I happened to step back in to World of Warcraft. I did spend 2 expansions trying to get back into it. I didn't play Legion, but I did attempt to start playing in Battle for Azeroth. I thought, oh, you know, maybe I'll restart the Adventures of Verano series. That'll be fun. And I was playing with my paladin a lot, and I looked like a clown while I was trying to gear up in that. But then outside of that, I did also try again in Dragonflight. It could not be me. Could not be me. I just couldn't get into it. Like, the story was fine. The stories in both were fine. Oh, I guess I also missed Shadowlands. I should have said that as well. You know, aka everyone has a problem with Sylvanas. And she just condemned people to super hell. To super soul hell. Basically to hyper condense the plot. And totally not involve the big, not quite eldritch bad guy. I thought the Shadowlands story of what I got to experience was fine. I enjoyed it, but, my time with MMOs, at least that particular one might just be over. Like, I think that's what I more or less learned, and I'm fine with this. Besides, my audience is here in the action adventure section. I really want to thank people for the... Yeah, you really fell for it. LOL, did you really just think someone would leave such premier bananas just lying around? Prepare yourself. I don't think so. We're gonna find the Sapphire Rod. And we're going to absolutely murk you. Ah, 2 bananas for the price of 1. But, here comes the first chasm. Sorry, couldn't mute the mic in time. All right, let us switch over to the depths. And there should be not a Lightroot not too far from here. Come on, light it up for me. One, 2, 3. It's nice to be back in the depths, doing some new stuff. Oh, also, I should not leave that tabbed up more than necessary. Yep, speaking of, this should become unnecessary as soon as we deal with the Lightroots. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I'm at a loss for words. This feels so nice to be able to say that I can do. Like, so much that it's not funny. Gotta be careful. I'll try to not throw more bright bloom seeds than is necessary. Oh my god, we have 403 bright bloom seeds. That just now registered to me. We had 408. Like, oh my god. Okay, when I'm done freaking out, I don't think I need to collect bright bloom seeds for a while. You can stop collecting those. I probably won't stop collecting them off camera, however, so... Because I like shiny objects like that. I am, in fact, a personified pigeon. I do like shiny things. Okay, so we have one there. We can actually sort of stick around in the depths for the time being and kind of find a nearby shrine. So there... Hold on. Okay, yeah, no, that's not at all the... Does that mean there's a shrine in this location? Because of the way that, you know, Shiny described this to me. Yeah, there's a shrine here, and I just straight up missed wherever this was. I thought the shrine was, like, over there. Okay. We should go back to the surface, like, right now, so that we can deal with that. That is unacceptable. I thought I'd gotten them all. This happened last time, too, where I missed a shrine, and it wasn't until I went to the depths later where I was like, oh, there's a Lightroot here. Doesn't that mean there's a shrine here? Yes. Looks at surface map. Sees that the shrine is not yet lit up on the map. Oh. Time to go back and rectify that. But that is what this stream is for, is to clean all that up. And thankfully I can mark that spot on my map once I've found the location again. So this was the last entry point. We go back up to the surface, put a pin there, and Bob's your uncle. But it's time to get moving. Yeah, I know everyone wants to see the 5 sages. Everyone wants to see the... see the various races of people. Like, collecting Koroks is a very boring pastime. That's part of the full completion experience. I still stand by what I said. If it's true for Breath of the Wild, the fact that there are 1,000 of them in 900 locations is very much a... It's also true in Tears of the Kingdom moment. Too many Koroks. Even if all the puzzles are cool, there still should have been a much bigger spread between the Koroks and far fewer of them. Maybe have like 5 or 6. If they were really sold on like 900 or 1,000, right? Yeah, like if they were really sold on having this, they really wanted to drag the poop joke out so far that anyone that was collecting 1,000 Koroks would in fact be wasting their time doing it. You know, why even include Hestu at all? Why not just have the inventory upgrades from the start? Why not just actually make it a waste of your time? Instead, it's like, there's half a waste of your time and half, oh, it's actually important. Please do it. Please do it enough to get the upgrades. Like, that's actually relevant. Like, the Aonuma cannot make up his mind over whether or not he wants the devs to have the latitude to make a poop joke versus, you know, take the game in its entirety very seriously. It's such a tepid, lukewarm thing, too. It really did not have to be like that. But it is. So, c'est la vie, I guess. We just have to do it. Alright, so first things first, is there a spottable chest from up there? Not that I can clearly see. That doesn't mean there isn't one. We'll send through this and find out. No. Okay, and we do have to depress that down. That's fine. Okay, so we've got an ice block that we're going to need to grab. And we need to melt this a little bit because it doesn't fit in the gap currently. We just sit it near a little bit. And we try to see if we could fit through this again. We can, but we need it to melt more. Alright, this should be sufficient. I am loving the momentum puzzle, I'm not gonna lie. This cannot be all there is. Like, it cannot be all there is. Dang it. Come on. Oh, I probably need to rewind it. Like that. Let's get that out of here. Set it off to the side. And then, yeah, we'll use the fact that ice is slick slidey and quite literally push it down the thing with spikes. Ah! So I found our chest. That's pretty darn clever. It's very much the classic, put something on the side or in a corner and watch as the gamer fails to look up or off to the sides when they're, off to the sides while they're, you know, exploring and moving around. Strong Zonaite spear, a tough spear used by the Zonaite. It is highly durable. It resonates with attached Zonaite devices to increase some of its attack power. We should definitely equip this, drop that, and then fuse the claymore to the spear. We've got an impressive long-range weapon. Neato burrito. All right. Now we have to do the hard part of figuring out how exactly we want to press the switch down. This definitely feels like a rewind thing more than anything else. Yeah, we quite literally do have to rewind it. All right. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay. That doesn't work. So why don't we try... Ah, that doesn't work either. Oh, we can do this. All right, what's at the top? Is it something that will shut off the fire? No, absolutely not. All right, well, this is how we open it, but... is this one of those... Oh, I didn't mean to attach it like that. Okay, I know that doesn't work. But what about the splash fruit? Does that work? We'll try. Yeah, no. Okay. And before anyone says, hey, that's a valuable fruit. Why did you waste that? Well, I mean, I know where we can go grab some. There is literally some right over here at the Dick Dog suspension bridge. There's like 6 I could grab if I want to. So let's not worry about that. All right, we got to figure out what else we need to be doing in order to make this work. All right. Put that on the thing. All right, so we have the giant cube. I wonder if we need to melt this so that we get a new cube of ice, so that the ice will literally stay there long enough. Let's see. Yeah, I almost guarantee that's exactly what needs to happen. So we're going to take the 2 cubes of ice. We're literally going to stick them on top of each other, and we're going to see if that works. Nope, let's put this here, melt it down. Wait, is that 2? No, it's not 2 different things. Okay. Oh, and it ended up being the other cube that melted? Yikes. What? Okay, thank goodness. Let's do it like this and quickly push these cubes in here. I'm just figuring out a way in which this could be less finicky. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. I definitely feel like I'm missing something with this puzzle, and I don't know what it is. I feel like I haven't activated a switch somewhere or something. Hold on. So if I depress the switch, nothing happens. Yeah, no, this was just press the switch, open the thing. What the heck? What do I do here? At this point, I almost feel like we just need to depress it at the corner. Yeah, that's kind of what has to happen. Oh, I see. I see what needs to happen. We need to depress this with 2 ice blocks at the corner so it doesn't melt. Clever girl game. Clever girl. Oh, you know what? I take that back. I missed the part where there was a literal panel we could move. We need to fuse. If I had remembered or had spotted that, we would be gold. All right, bring this over here. I realized what I messed up. Let's fix it. Set this like so. And then we will quickly unstick those things. Because all I really needed to do was just get the panel over here. I genuinely missed that. So sorry. And now... we can open this. And that shrine is done. Okay. I wouldn't have even... oh no, I take that back. We went for that shrine because it was in the canyon with the geoglyph map. That's what was going on. And I think this gives us 1 more light of blessing. It does. Okay. So let's quickly go and exchange that for a bit of health. That would have been sorely missed in the future endeavors of this episode without it. And then we'll go back to the depths. Just where I really want to be. Nice. I'm glad I found that. I'm glad we found that. That saves us That is such a nice tip. The fact that the Lightroots are in fact, you know, imposed underneath the, or I should say the shrines are imposed on top of the Lightroots. It's nice that that fact is there. I like the touch of consistency is actually also just a super helpful quality of life thing. I love that it's so subtle, too. Alright. Praying at the goddess highly again. 13, and then we start working towards stamina again. Yep, I want a heart container. Thank you very much. Yay for 7 hearts. And now we head back over here. And we can start getting the Lightroots one by one. And again, what's really nice is that we can use the shrines that we've found in the overworld to really help us with getting future Lightroots. So, for example, we know our next one. Did I miss another shrine somewhere? I think I actually did. I believe we did. We gotta go back up to the surface and grab this. I just was not paying attention. We grabbed the one underneath Ian Orok. We grabbed the Ian Orok shrine. We did not grab the other one that's actually right near the tower. We even found the corresponding cave. Wow. Did I mess this up or what? And it was just a complete break. I thought maybe, I think at the time, and this is what I think is causing the confusion, is that, you know, at the time I was like, oh, you know, we should do all the shrines first. I forget that some of them are in caves. And so it's kind of hard to have a separate segment for just caves when you have to go into some of them for shrines. It's like kind of weird like that. At least we discovered the cave so we can make good on, you know, coming in here like so. Alright, so we know the shrine is somewhere in here. The question is, where precisely? That is going to be the bigger question. I am not going to be collecting more bright cap seeds, but you know, bright bloom seeds. I will be collecting more bright caps though. What I have discovered about the glow effect, just from my time, you know, testing it off camera, is that you need a lot of the glow effect in order to, you need a lot of the glow effect in order to actually have it be substantial and meaningful. Well, there's our shrine. That was easy enough, at least. Wow, I'm totally not a hypocrite. Oh no! Wait, there are gloom hands in here. There are freaking gloom hands in here. Okay, well, I am putting a skull on this then to denote the fact that there are gloom hands. We're just gonna, like, try to ignore them to the best of our ability, take our time. We'll cover a lot more distance if we're not jumping or we're not dashing across the cliffs or anything. Or the cave wall, I should say. I did not know gloom hands were in here. Alright, I'm gonna have to be a lot less ginger about where, or a lot less ginger with this cave. And we'll come back to it later. Hello there, Palinfosh. Good to see you. Welcome on in. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Okay, where are the gloom hands in relation to me? Okay, they're down there. Since I believe this is your first time, what is your level of experience with Tears of the Kingdom? I like to ask that in order to get a good sense of where my audience is for the day. So I know whether I'm taking more of a mentor type role versus we can just discuss the game. That's kind of my hallmark. You've beaten it twice. Okay, cool. Any of those 100% or full completion experiences, or just any percent both times? That's totally fine. I'm just curious. We of course are going to be working toward 100%ing the game, because that is how I've tried to do this. This is just a straight up blessing with no work required. Weird. Cool, but weird. I might have forgotten what we did to unlock this. Hello. I will not say no to large Zonaite charges. So for us, that means getting all the Koroks seeds, all 1,000 of them. You know, filling up the compendium to the best of our ability, like as fully as possible, seeing as much dialogue as we can see, and so on. Palinfosh says, no, but am trying to. Good luck. I don't think, like, the actual quests or anything particularly elusive is going to be the issue with full completion. I was just talking about that maybe 10 minutes ago. It's the Koroks. It's the fact that there are 900 locations with 1,000 seeds spread between them. It is absolutely wild that there were still that many Koroks. I do fully think and believe that the amount of Korok puzzles detract from the full completion experience. Okay, I believe it is rover time, so we're gonna go back over here and put a pin in this. All right, I believe I am ready to... It is go-kart time. We're gonna figure out just how much off-roading we can do with this thing. I still feel so accomplished with this. This is, like, by far my best work. Is this nice little semi-protected four-wheel cart. Okay, what's the deal with this? This feels like a battle arena of sorts. And, like, this strange, icky substance. Oh, boy. Methinks I'm gonna fight a boss here. Or, like, a field boss. You know what I'm talking about? Like a Gliok or something. Speaking of which, that was also something I forgot to go over in the recap from yesterday, is that We defeated our first Gleeok, the Flame Gleeok. I could not be happier. It took a lot of work, and we had pretty decent quality weapons for the challenge as well. And I like the fact that, you know, with enough persistence that we were able to essentially get it in 3 tries. I feel really accomplished with that. Okay, we're gonna lift that up and collect the poes that are underneath this. It would be nice if I had like a seed dispenser for this, but I don't. And let's get a big, giant, bright bloom seed going here. So since you've beaten it twice, Palinfosh, what is your favorite thing that you've encountered or have had the distinct pleasure of dealing with in Tears of the Kingdom? Is it the combat? Do you like the combat? Is that your favorite thing? Or is it perhaps the, you know, the fact that you can build things? Okay, we're not, no, absolutely not. And then we're going to freeze them solid. I personally like the combat. I think the combat is pretty solid. And, you know, when I'm not feeling creatively overwhelmed, I do also enjoy building things. I think the addition of vehicles is, or the addition of contraptions or designs that let you make vehicles is such a huge improvement to navigating the overworld space that is the Breath of the Wild game engine. That's essentially what, it's not the game, I'm referring to the concept of the open world and the type of physics engine that this game runs on started in Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna have to lob another giant bright bloom seed. Using these is a lot more efficient, honestly. I see the Lightroot over there, though. Oh, okay, I think, no, that is the correct direction for the Lightroot. You just have to keep moving. And it feels good to be able to say that I've built something on my own. It truly does feel good to do that. It just, the game's creative nature can also feel frustrating at times. But that's just because I'm not generally a creative person. And I hope the fact that I say, you know, I used to be a STEM major makes that sentence, like, check out. You know, I studied the sciences to be a scientist. I studied because I liked the precision of science. The fact that we don't ever really prove anything. The only thing we can do is definitively say no. And even then, you know, if the results are inconclusive, we can't even really say that. Science is meant to, you know, report the results of whatever your experiments are and draw conclusions based on your observations. You're not attempting to introspect or put feelings on anything. You're not attempting to do this or that. Have we found a Yiga clan? No, we have not. Is this an actual survey team, then? What a massive rock pile. I don't get it. How did it get built up so high? Yeah! You really scared me. Please don't fright me like that. It's a good thing you're in your investigation clothes, or I would have thought you were in the Yiga clan. Wait, those aren't investigation clothes. Eep! Are you in the Yiga clan? Of course not. Don't lie to me. The Yiga clan are all masters of disguise. They train extra hard to make sure their disguises are flawless to the naked eye. You mean like yours? If you want me to believe you, then prove you're not hiding any Yiga clothes under your outfit and ditch the weapons. If I see you wearing clothes in my presence again, you'll be in big trouble. I'm staying dressed. Shh. Have I given myself away? I have no other choice then. See, you aren't named. Use a name and you might actually be believable. I'll have your life. I don't think so. I've never seen an 8-fold... You know, I should probably take an 8-fold blade so I can break it. Perhaps even off camera if that's what I have to do. Alright. Well, wait, is that just a whole survey balloon? We can grab it too, but we can't go anywhere with it. Wild stuff. Might as well get up and get... Oh, is that a... I feel like there's a statue up there? There are 3 of them. Have we even taken pictures of these? No, but I'm more than happy to pick this up. Got the Traveler's Claymore, which we have definitely picked up. Okay. Knights of Hyrule Castle once carried the sword. It can yield powerful attacks when you're down to your last heart. Yeah, we'll get rid of the decayed 8-fold blade and pick up this sword. And I hope to find a stick to staple it to or something. That would be nice. We're also definitely going to be stopping and picking up a lot of, just a lot of objects on the way. If I see a piece of ore, we're definitely going to stop and grab it. If I see Pose, I'm probably not going to grab everything. We've got plenty of puff shrooms, so I'm not actually going to do that. But if I see a bomb flower, I'm also definitely grabbing it. Things like that. Things that we use fairly often. And I need consistent, constant replacements for. We could make a sword. That could work. Yeah, I'm not buying that particular idea. Now we soldier on. And we have plenty of energy to draw off of as well. All right, I am definitely putting one more giant bright bloom seed here. All right, that feels a bit better. I saw that bomb flower, and we might as well mark the thing underneath. We may or may not also need to glide down the rest of the distance, because this feels like a pretty steep drop off. Yeah. I may be able to take this with me, depending on where we fall. Let's try. And maybe save before we do that. There. We managed to keep our... We definitely managed to keep our vehicle made entirely of, you know, mineral filament. You know, Shiny, a regular of mine, has made the joke about Zonaite being essentially, you know, 3D printer filament material, and I believe he's right. He is very much correct. Definitely very much correct. We're gonna just drop down like so. And then the Lightroot should take care of the rest. I can't wait to explore this. I really like the fact that there are... You know, I thought the three maps would be tedious, but I have really found myself enjoying that quite a bit. Quite a bit. And quite a bit more than I would have expected. Okay, we are in fact in the correct spot. Okay, next one is down here somewhere. Oh, okay, good. It did not get rid of the vehicle. I was really worried about that. Could staple a battery to this if I feel like I wanted some extra energy, or maybe I could put a rocket on it real quick. But this feels fine. Just go back up the hill. So since I could technically just leave this, you know, I can technically drive without any hands. But I am of course going to... I am loving the fact that I can just back this thing up. Oh my goodness. Tears of the... If they could just, like, clean up a few things about Tears of the Kingdom... You know, story notwithstanding, the story does feel pretty good to listen to. I've been enjoying the beats about King Rauru and Queen Sonia so far. I'm definitely gonna go over and grab that. I've quite been enjoying the story. If we could just talk about, if we could just have a conversation about the Koroks with the actual devs, you know, and here, if this is like a design trend that is definitely going to continue, you know, I think that would be a very productive conversation to have. You know what I'm saying? Now, for those that have come in recently, you know, a bit about myself. Hi, I'm an action-adventure and RPG enthusiast. Those are the things I tend to stream on this platform, on not only YouTube, but Twitch as well. We're gonna definitely put a nice giant bright bloom seed out there. Yeah, but I am the sort of streamer that loves to work on and, you know, play a lot of RPGs for people. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna get out of the vehicle and we're actually gonna pick it up whenever the game wants to let me deal with physics. Yeah, I'm not giving up my car that easily. The game's gonna have to, like, put a Frox in front of it or something. Oh. That's not nice. That just ate my bright bloom seeds. Cool, I guess. Okay, let's throw a few of these. No, 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 pick up that stick. Pick up that stick. Pick it up right now. Give me 1 second, guys. I hear some scratching at my door, and that means the dog wants to come into the office. Oh, hang on. Gotta check Firebot, because I'm pretty sure an event should have triggered by now. It is apparently... Yeah, I don't know why that was going on. Let's... While you guys listen to that advertisement alert, I'm gonna go ahead and open that door. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Yep, this is gonna be a regular occurrence. Anyway, I don't have a lot of time. Speaking of, we do have a commercial break coming up. I'll see you in just a few moments. My apologies about that, everybody. I am back. Before I move back over to the appropriate screen, I just wanted to call your attention to the bottom left-hand corner of your video display. You may have noticed that I have put up a sub goal for people on Twitch. It's sometime in the coming future. I am looking to get another emote and animated emote slot, and I need 10 subs to do this. Of course, that is not really a requirement. Now, I know money is tight, so I'm not asking, would you please sub? I'm not asking for that. I'm not gonna beg. And that looks not great on a streamer anyway. But I did put the goal there. I wanted to keep it out of everyone's face. So only two places I've got it are in the starting soon screen and in the intermission screen. Having another emote slot means I won't have to pick between giving you guys an animated tornado, let's say, or the Volt Heart emote, and, you know, some other emote. I don't have to, like, pick. We don't have to choose between that, if and you know what I'm saying. I just wanted to point that out. Of course, I'm going to have to do the freebie shill as well, because I did not get the chance to do that, because the command or the timer I have set up, I did not want to trigger for some reason. So, if you guys like the content and had considered doing so, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. With Twitch, you get 5 free emotes just for doing that. Just for helping the channel out for free. And all it takes is a few clicks. And please make sure the notification bell is turned on so that you don't miss the content that you want to see. Had some dry flakes in my eye for whatever crazy reason. Anyway, we got a stick. Do I put a broadsword on that? Maybe. No, to be quite honest, no. I don't want to do that. I do want the broadsword, but it's not at all worth it. We're gonna put a bokoblin or a horriblin horn on that. Thankfully, I still got a few of these. I'll have to farm some more horriblins over the course of this weekend. There, we've got a nice all-purpose sledge that's way better than using the one with a Frox Fang on it. I want to save the Frox Fang stuff for, like, actual real weapons. Just grab that bomb flower before continuing. Okay, we're gonna do like a 3-point turn here. And that looks like a tower or a labyrinth or something. So we definitely got some interesting structures we can like check out as well. We might as well grab these. It all makes a difference, and now we're gonna run off and grab the Lightroot real quick. Okay. That is now done. We can delete that pin. We can go back to the surface. And we can, let's see, let me just make sure. Satori Mountain would be the start of the fields region, so we don't need to do that. No, we do need to do that because this was not in that region. Okay, well, hey, this is why we have the map of the depth. Actually, we still can't do those. Those require a trip into the Gerudo Highlands part of the map. Yeah, okay. So the next one is gonna be the Lightroot that is right over here. Although if I'm being quite honest, we could teleport. Yeah, that may end up being faster now I think about it. Let's go back. We've mined some Zonaite, so I feel pretty comfortable in, you know, paying an amount of Zonaite for a new cart. If it works, right? And we're gonna put that pin right over there. Ugh. Itchy nose. All right, auto build. We can be building carts for a little while, but I am gonna have to be careful about how many times I build up the same carts over and over, especially if I have to make it all out of Zonaite. It would be nice to find a lab to make like a real bona fide version of it. I see the mine. We're not gonna head there quite yet. Grab a couple of these. Nice that they're right nearby. And then, most used. Don't even think about it. I don't want to even hear it from any of them. I should have farmed more dazzle fruit, and I believe I heard another Frox. Man, everything is just springing forth from the environment to kill me. That's nice. And another one. Get out of here with that. I also think in the interest of not wanting to lose a whole bunch of progress, we're going to save again. Ah, this is fun. I enjoy this. I'm having a blast, and I hope everyone else is as well. Okay, and then we're gonna add the plush shrooms. Oh, this should switch to the Frock Smasher. Okay, now I saw a shield and all that. Where is it? It's right here. This will be nice to have. A shield favored by the knights who serve the Hyrulean royal family. Its sturdy metal construction makes it quite durable, but its weight requires decent skill to wield. I'm willing to bet that, yeah, we could totally drop this shield now. Grab that. Find a different shield later. And I'm feeling confident enough now that, you know, I don't have to, like, just book it to a, you know, I don't have to just book, or, like, move over to the, you know, nearest Lightroot. I feel like I can afford not to pick my battles quite as much, which I think is generally a good thing. Makes it more entertaining if I'm not just suddenly skipping things every time something doesn't go my way. You know what I'm saying? Picking up what I'm putting down, so on and so forth. Alright, our cart was back here. Let's pick it up and keep moving. I have yet to use the buds, like the... I have yet to use the muddle buds, which I should probably try next. When the time is right. Oh, I guess that's one way of doing it. You know, put a bright bloom seed on a cart, and then we've just got that light moving with us at all times. I didn't even think about that. No, wrong one. Nope, absolutely not. Stop. Oh, I just straight up didn't take a picture. It's fine. We'll be able to do this at some point, I'm sure. A horn charged with as much electricity as a bolt of lightning. Cook it with a critter to make an elixir. It will discharge electricity when stimulated, aka the electric enchant. We have access to that now. Oh, okay, no, just get down. Come on, fly around. This bow flies pretty straight. Oh, right, I remember now. You know, the falcon bows or the Rito equipment is pretty good at flying straight and true. Like, if there's anything I'm going to be farming from this point in terms of, like, bows for, like, dragon farming, I know that's a thing that exists in Tears of the Kingdom, or, you know, being able to shoot straight in the long term, it's going to be this bow, because our dusk bow is already on the verge of breaking. It will not take long before it actually breaks. And that's going to be a sad day indeed when that does happen. So being able to have other long-range bows is going to be nice. And yeah, I have tried to get better at animation cancels, so we're not sitting there waiting on me to be finished. If and at all possible. Okay, I see the... I see the stuff I want to get. I just gotta take my time. And we'll grab those poes later. When we're not on a mission to get Lightroot. Did we get all the chew jelly? I believe we actually did. Now, oh, this is just the... This is just that giant tree casting a shadow. That's what it's... Or actually, it might even be this giant tree now that I think on it. Yeah, it's that giant tree. Alright. Got a rock hammer with like a... this, you know, a gnarled stick as the component. Not half bad. Oh, and bomb flowers. I've really settled into a good rhythm, I think. You know, I know people have asked me questions about the rhythm, and maybe it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I like doing things this way. It gives me some structure, more than anything, perhaps. It gives me some structure, and I feel like I could say, oh, you know, at least I'm being consistent. Even if the consistency is... perhaps maybe a tad misguided, given what I know about the fact that they make you go underground, you know, a whole bunch, like as often as they do. Definitely grab the puff shrooms. We are starting to get where I would consider gathering them on camera, so you should just do that. Nah, nothing in there. Although I won't say no to puff shrooms. I mean, I'll never say no to anything that'll make the sneak striking better. All right. So our Lightroot is this way. I don't think so. Sturdy long stick. Oh, I want it. I want it so badly. I guess we'll destroy this. And we'll drop this, and we'll pick that up, and staple the Zonaite spear onto it. I think stapling a bright bloom seed onto the cart has got to be one of the best things I've ever accidentally done in my entire life. Because that we've got a much more prolific light source that actually follows us around. We're not having to wear glow armor. That's just fantastic. The only thing that would make it better is if, you know, I knew this wasn't going to just dissipate the second I, like... disassembled the cart and, you know, turned it back into ectoplasmic goop, which I would never get back. Okay, we are progressing nicely. We only have a few more Lightroots to collect, and then we're good to go. Can actually get out of the we can actually get out of this place and focus more on the caves. Okay, put a new pin there. Neato burrito. This is also way better than a car. Can I just say that? This is like much, much, much better than a car. 'Cause, like, imagine if we had the ability to supercharge our cars right from the battery packs in our pockets. Imagine if our cars were sustainably battery operated. Impressive stuff. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna zoom around or turn around and go park at the top of the hill. And then we can kind of fly and like do some sort of deadly ambush thing. Ooh, we need to poke at him a little bit harder than that. There. All finished. We didn't lose any loot either. Like, I know I could just blow up the place, but, like, that leaves stuff flying everywhere. And that's also not a good idea. I'm someone who likes loot in video games. I would very much like for the ability to collect the spoils in the aftermath. And if I blow it all up with a bomb flower, I can't do that. And I would just be very sad. I would be very sad by those developments. Anyone else like that in video games, for the record? You know, you're like a lootaholic. You like playing looters. Like, that's that subcategory of game where loot drops like it's no one's business. You know, things like Grim Dawn or Diablo, you know, also count as, like, looters, right? They're the sort of game that you play if you want to see items everywhere. I'm also going to take that bow. Thank you very much. Oh, my black lab has left my office. So I can close my door now. My goodness. And in other news, you know, I did, you know, arrange with my folks so that if I do leave my office door open and they can hear me talking to you guys, you know, they're not gonna, they know to be quiet. They know not to be too loud. Because even though I have the gain set up at a ridiculous volume to make sure people can hear me properly, and even though I've got the noise gates set up, people can in fact still hear that sort of stuff. It's just good streaming etiquette to not bring random outside noises into the streaming space whenever possible. It's just good courtesy. Hey there, Neil Tiemans. Hello, good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well on this fine day, in both body and in mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. If you don't mind my asking, what is your level of familiarity or experience with Tears of the Kingdom? Is it a game you've played before many times? Is it a game that you've not even heard of even once? I'm merely curious. Thanks, I hope you have a great day too. Thank you. Much appreciated, and I hope I will too. I'm having a pretty good one right now, thanks to, you know, all of you guys. I see that. I believe that's another Yiga clan member, if I am thinking on it hard enough. Why else would they all be out here like this? People have come in just in time. You've come in just in time. We are in the midst of collecting or dealing with the last few Lightroots that are in the depth, and then we're going to explore some sections of the depths that we have not yet done. For how long will I be streaming? Until 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. Or if you need that in relative time, for about another 2.5 hours, approximately. I'll be here a while. I used up all the bright bloom seeds I brought with me. If you have any extra, would you mind sharing? Sure. Thank you. Phew, you really saved me. Nice. I'll be back. No problem, Niltimans. Thank you so much for stopping by and visiting. I really appreciate that. And if for some reason I don't see you, you know, do rest well and be well. We all could use a lot more of that given today's dark, dreary, geopolitically misaligned world. It's so dark around here, you can't see a thing without a little glow, so don't waste your bright bloom seeds like I did. Oh, and putting a seed on the ground to hit it is all right, but expert explorers attach them to arrows and fire them. Okay, hey, I'm back. No problem. Glad to have you back. Hopefully, I don't think anything's changed, but if something has changed, I hope you are doing well. Yeah, we are, like I was just saying earlier, we are definitely in the midst of wrapping things up in the depths. Wait, you need to go. You'll be back again. No problem. Life happens. Take your time. I'll be right here waiting. That's mildly hilarious. And fire them. Do that, and look, I could see your face in the dark clear as day. The face of our sworn enemy Link, that is. I'll have your life. Yeah, how about no? How about I have yours? Man, that sure didn't take long. And yeah, you don't get a bright bloom seed. So, hot tip for anyone who's like new to this game and hasn't seen the convention in Breath of the Wild. If you meet a NPC who never reveals their name to you, it just says researcher. And because NPCs that have names, you know their names immediately. You can safely assume they are Yiga clan members. And you can, in fact, just not engage with whatever they're doing. You can lose out on materials you might hand them this way. So don't do what I did and hand a random stranger your bright bloom seeds. Do, in fact, you know, just call them out on their bluff, like right there on the spot. And then, you know, another hot tip is to stun them or freeze them. So that you can get the fight done and over with sooner rather than later. Anything that will take the sting and resource loss out of combat is something you should, you know, actively be doing. See, we can already build up another cart if I need to. I really enjoy... I really quite enjoy the combat. Oh, I did say I was going to use these muddle buds. What was the effect on these again? Wildflower with a powerful odor that can order? Sure, it'll certainly impose an odor that can disorient and confuse, making it difficult to tell friend from foe. Yeah, I need to try that sometime. The very next fight, if I have like a group encounter, I'm gonna do that. Maybe they'll fight each other. Maybe that's what that muddle bud will do. Which would also be outright hilarious. Ooh, interesting. Just random springs. I feel like we're walking underneath like a Yiga clan hideout or something. Okay, we're just gonna bring this in. Do it like that. No, we're gonna have to fit it through the gap first. Also, this is... I kept talking about how this was better than like a modern day car. It may not have any fancy computer tech on it, but being able to pick up your car and literally tote it with you would be killer. Imagine micro-sizing a car to take with you. Like, if you don't need it, you could just shrink it and put it in your pocket. Or you know, at the very least, lift it and get it out of ditches or get it out of the way. You don't need like a expensive fancy crane, or you don't need to develop like some sort of magnetism type power, or else, you know, telekinesis levitation type powers. You don't need to do that. You can in fact You can, in fact, just literally shrink it and put it in your pocket. Or, you know, take it with you and put it somewhere else. Super cool stuff. Okay, our lovely friend, the Lightroot, is probably up past here. Okay. So far, so good. Alright, that's all of the ones here that I can collect. Now we move on to the Tabanthan section. And we start moving our way toward that. This is where I kind of need to leave our friend the cart behind and kind of go on foot for a short bit. Of course, if I have a way to, like, make a flying machine, we can probably do that, too. Because I do see an assembly station over there. So, what do we have the capacity to make? Okay. Wings, wheels. We can make like a rudimentary flight craft, but we're missing like a control stick. So yeah, methinks we're definitely just making another another cart. You know, provided we get out of the sheer cliff that we're standing on top of. Ooh, actually, is that going to even work? We might need to make a new type of device. Oh, no, that's still not going to work. Again, we don't have the ability to move up in any capacity. So, I think what we need to do is make a hovercraft. Wow, this is a sheer cliff. Oh, no. Yep, that happened. Alright, yeah, that was kind of... That's a waste of parts. We need to, like, use what the game is going to give us. Use the route and navigate using those. We need to do that. Or we're not going to make it. We're not going to be doing anything meaningful. Link, I need you to work with me, buddy. You see what I mean? I need to rewind this so that I can catch it when it's in the midst of rewind is what I need to have happen here. I really do. That is such a huge problem. I cannot catch a break. Okay, we know it's here for like a split second. Yeah, my God. This is frustrating. I need to actually take a split... Oh, we just straight up... Oh, we just lost, Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. I guess we're footing it for a while until we make it to the next assembly area, and I hope we find something a little bit better. That's a shame. I was really hoping we weren't gonna have to deal with that. Or like, go on foot for a while. We did spend a decent amount of time, you know, actually driving around. It's fine. Okay. Wheels. More wings, but there, again, there's no, there's no way to actually fly this unless we, like, manage to balance the thing somehow. Like, if we stand on the back end of the wing here, we can, in fact, like, steer upward, but we're that's a lot of energy to spend in a short amount of time. Like a really large amount of energy to spend in a small amount of time. Like, excessively so. Now I have to actually use resources. Shameful. I did not realize I got the Zonaite armor. Yeah, I got the helmet. I didn't get the full thing, but I did get the helmet. Yes, NK. I've been wearing it because I definitely would not be capable of driving long distances with the cart if I did not, in fact, have this. The helmet, that is. But now it's just adornment and decoration. If I find another, like, big pile of Zonaite that doesn't belong in a mine somewhere, I will definitely use it. Yeah, I feel like I've actually come into my own with the vehicles. There are lots of schematics I have left to pick up, I'm sure, because we have two of them. One's like a beam cycle, and the other is just learn how to build a hover bike. I have something that's kind of like that. Well, okay, not a hover bike. Definitely not that. I do have a hovercraft. We built this back on one of the islands in the Tibantan Sky region. We had to build one, and yeah, it was in the low grav section. I just built one, and I spent like 32 ish Zonaite to make it. This will definitely let us scale the sheer cliff, you know, provided I don't tilt all over the place. But I imagine the hover bike you're referencing has a lot better aerial control. Whereas a slight breeze and, you know, the weight being what it is enough to, like, tip me over. All right. No, we do not have long. So that's fine. I kind of don't need this to be active all that long. We can go as long as possible. And then we should be able to climb the rest of the way up. Wow, this is an expansive space. Okay. It is controllable unless you make it incorrectly. Yeah, I'm not saying the hover bike is controllable. I'm saying the hover bike probably has more control than the device I just jettisoned to the ground there. In fact, do I want to spend the Zonaite to do this? Yeah, travel is just so much more convenient with our land vehicle. I'm more than happy to spend Zonaite on this. That is the incorrect bright bloom seed. Let's pin this on, say, the top. Okay. Oh no. And there. As soon as I have the control stick part is probably when I'll try to start making more things like hover bikes. That's like the one critical thing I've noticed I just kind of don't have is that. Oh, we're back off a sheer cliff? Okay. Nice job, Link. That device is definitely going to sustain entirely too much damage. What the heck am I? Oh, this is a Yiga clan stronghold. I don't think so. What the heck did I just do? What did I know what I stumbled into, relatively speaking. Is this a spot where we're gonna find some clothes? Oh, okay. Yiga Clan Notebook. Everything we do must be in service to our ultimate goal. To that end, we must mine crystallized charges. The crystals seem to contain a mysterious energy that powers Zonaite devices. They are readily found in the abandoned mines in all regions. Perhaps these areas were once prosperous mining centers. The crystals are extremely rare, so when one is discovered, it must be kept under strict guard. Glory to Master Koga. Ave, true to Kaisar. Is that the vibe that was supposed to give off there? Yeah. Ave, true to Kaisar. That's a Fallout New Vegas reference for those that don't know. You used Mad Strike's video to help build it. I will definitely consider looking up more tutorials once I've got the control panel part, or the control stick part. Until then, I'll probably only look up device tutorials as is strictly necessary. I kind of want to avoid spoiling a whole bunch of devices for myself. A Yiga schematic. A scroll schematic for a contraption made of Zonaite devices and building materials. Looks like you can use auto build to store schematics and then build from them. What are we building here? A nice all-purpose raft. So that must be like the low-tech version, is what I'm hearing here, what I'm seeing there. I want all the materials for this. Now we just conga line all of these. Just gotta take our sweet ginger time with it. I've picked up this trick with the Ultra Hand to kind of save us some time on me constantly dropping crates. Now I can just drop a bunch of crates. Oh, they did more. They actually straight up made a perimeter out of electric parts. I don't know whether that's cool or not, or if that should be scary. Niltimans asks, what is my mission? My mission is to get across... Sorry, actually, I should ask a qualifying question first. Are you asking, what quest am I working toward? Are you asking, something like this, or what my goal for today's stream is? Just so I want to make sure I understand your question, and I'm not wasting a bunch of time giving you information you're not interested in. NK says you can get some schema stones for beating Master Koga. Yep, we did pick up one from the previous encounter with Mr. Koga. Or as you like to call him, Mr. Kuga. Mr. Kuga. Bring me a dream. Bring me a plan. The best you have on hand. Okay, that's enough of that little joke. What's my goal for the stream today? Niltimans asks. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. My goal for today's stream is to get all the Lightroots in the depth, then to go back and pick up all of or to go and discover and actually go into all of the caves. We had to go into some of them for shrines, but there were a lot more of them that we actively avoided. So that we could go into them the same time we're going into the chasms. If we get done with all of that, my next trip is going to be toward the where did I spot it? Where was it? The Secret Spring of Revival. Because I tipped my toe in here. I didn't see the inside area, but I did get a little too close off camera. So I think it's only right that we actually explore it on camera. Today is an exploration day, to put it simply. We're discovering the depths. There is a purpose. The purpose is full completion, but today is mostly exploration. Monday's stream will be a story stream. We'll actually be heading into Hebra on Monday, and we will be dealing with the phenomena, the huge windstorm that has a ton of ice in it. We'll be dealing with that. But today, it's explore, have some fun, see some stuff. Okay, I want to make sure I'm not missing any chat messages, and then we can continue. Yeah, we're just looking to pad out our success a bit. Also, this is not at all what I need to pick this up and reorient it. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, my lovely senators, is the call for the major shilling. I get the shilling, aka the algo stuff. I get that out of the way during the first 2 hours of the stream. This hour is the major shill. So I've already talked about the free methods you can use to help the channel grow, following if you like the content on Twitch, or subscribing on YouTube, again, if you also like the content. And of course, you guys being here, even without doing that, is more than enough for me. But if you do feel like, you know, being generous with your money, and I know money is tight, very, very tight, of course, I'm very deeply appreciative of that. I have plenty of avenues for this. In an effort to keep it short, you know, it'll be in the description on the YouTube side, and it'll be in the About Me section on the Twitch side, or there should be a Linktree link. Again, that'll be in the description on YouTube. Or it'll be in the About Me actually, it'll be underneath the video player. Take that back. It'll be under the video player. Feel free to fiddle around with any of the stuff in there. You guys can get some... I have to pick this up again is what's gotta happen. Let's just do that. Oh, right. Opposite direction coin. The only other thing I guess I will, you know, make sure I've said here is... we do take commercial breaks as well, mainly to address pre-roll on Twitch. If I didn't have to do that, I wouldn't run any commercial breaks. But since I do, you know, I'm at least going to make sure that Twitch isn't running them whenever the heck they feel like. That there's actually a rhyme and a reason. So what'll happen is, I have to pick this thing up again. Man... hover bike is going to be nice whenever I can get to it. But not a second before. Might as well grab this. What'll happen is the screen will switch at the top of the next hour. So when 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time strikes, there will be... oh, that's not going to be good. I guess we're just going to have to let the fan power this one. Alright, you want to tilt this... Holy criminy Christmas. This is frustrating. Yeah, the screen will switch. There will be a timer. There will be a timer that says how long the break lasts. When that's over, you can just you can come back. I highly recommend getting a snack or stretching or something along those lines. And we should be back from said break, you know, sooner rather than later. I do this, I script my breaks so that there's no FOMO, so that you guys don't have to, you know, wonder, oh, why can't I hear coin when there's an ad on? It's a Twitch thing. It's definitely a Twitch thing. Oh, you know what? I know what I can do. I can't believe I'm not braining this. I can make a nice platform and then literally stand on that. There. Easy peasy. I'll also be away from my desk. The breaks are just as much for myself as they are for you guys. I get up, I stretch. You know, I keep the DVT away and everything like that. That's deep vein thrombosis. That's not a nice circulatory condition. And, you know, if I have to do any logistical stuff, you know, that's what the 3-minute break is for. It's for everybody. Okay, I'm gonna have to scale this manually, it looks like. But I guess if I'm gonna do that... Wrong one. Guess if I'm gonna do that, I better light the way. And I'll be back after the commercial break. See you guys then. I'm back. So sorry about that. But hopefully we all got something that we wanted out of the commercial break. You know, whether that be, again, getting a snack, getting a drink, you know, talking to a loved one, something you actually want to do with your time, because I promise you, and I'm pretty sure most people are more than happy to agree with me, that we definitely don't like being served advertisements. We're served advertisements every day. Everything ranging from, you know, that pharmaceutical commercial about Jardians or Cymbalta or whatever drug they've decided to make next. Or, you know, down to the get rid of stubborn belly fat with this one trick. Or, you know, hate ads like what's typically run in political campaign ads. We're advertised to every single day. At pretty much every hour if we're constantly on the internet and, you know, TV. Like, that is happening a lot. So, again, that's yet another reason I script the commercial breaks the way I do, because I know what you guys are probably doing. You've tuned out to the commercial break, which is exactly what I would do. Or, you know, there's always the ad blocker, or Twitch Turbo, or, you know, YouTube Premium, as long as they don't muck it up too much further. Stuff like that. Trying to think of which one I ought to go to. Let's go to the one on the same topographical area that I'm at. So that's going to be right over here. And I'm not going to bother building until I know if there's a height disparity with the Lightroot compared to where I am right now. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me so far. I really appreciate it. I hope everybody... okay, there's no visible height disparities, so it is definitely build a cart time. I will definitely run out of ore if I continue to do this, though. Definitely gonna have to farm lots over the course of the break. Also, oh shoot, it's fine. I know that is a blue-white frog. I'm gonna save in case something comes up, and I'm gonna go ahead and do this because I don't want people thinking that I get super chatty during these. Here comes my nice little shortcut. So I'm typically locked in while I fight stuff like this. I get serious, so I'm usually not super chatty. If someone says hi, I will say hi, but, you know, not much else. Okay. That's entirely too far. Okay, got him. Oh, okay. That's not too difficult, if I'm being quite honest with folks. Really not that hard. But it does require my intention. So it's field bosses like that, and I probably should have done it for the Gleeok as well. You know, it's stuff like that where I definitely should lock in, because I'll get it done faster. That's something else as well. I will get stuff like that done faster if I'm locked in the first place. Okay, so there is a cluster of rocks. I definitely want those. Also, our weapon farm, as it improves, will actually make it so we lose fewer and fewer weapons to the Froxes. I did also do a bit of practice, because I farm Froxes pretty routinely, at least a couple of times off camera. Like, the pattern is always the same. Wait until they stop moving. Like, don't try to shoot at them mid-jump. Aim a little bit high, have plenty of key eyeballs, or some kind of eyeball for the purposes of adding a homing projectile, because aiming at Frox eyeballs is problematic, to say the least. And then you're good to take your nice, you know, hardy weapons that have a good piercing, or not piercing, bludgeoning implement on them, like a fang, a Frox fang, and then, you know, go to town. Bomb flowers also work, but that's gonna have ore flying everywhere, and you kind of don't want that. Oh no. What the heck is that? A silver bokoblin with like a strange glowing implement on it. Oh, that's not actually dead. Okay. A large blade-like horn with a unique flourish on the tip. It's sharper than it looks. Attach it to a weapon to vastly increase attack power. Interesting. A weird-looking flourish. Oh, you know what I want to do? Is we put a shield on our shield so that we can shield while we shield. And then we can shield. Sorry. The... Yo dog, I heard you like yo-yos, so I put a yo-yo on your dog so you can yo-yo while you walk your dog, who also yo-yos. I'm sure that's wrong. Like, that's wrong on, like, a couple accounts. But the sentiment is... the sentiment is very much, yes, insert the yo-yo meme here. Come on, Link, I need you to work with me here. You gotta make a 5-point turn for me, buddy. Thank goodness reversing doesn't cost more battery power than you know, moving forward at an accelerated speed. Thank goodness for that. The TotK Lightroot. That's the name of an Ace Attorney character. I'm almost sure. Okay, and the last one is over here. Look at my cart. My cart is amazing. Look at my cart. Look at all the things it can do. It can turn. It can. Yeah. Okay. That's enough of that joke. It's insert the "my horse is amazing" meme, or what. However it goes. I'm not even savvy with that sort of meme. Is that a? I know I've broken a Royal Claymore. I know I've broken a Royal Claymore, but I guess it just hasn't had time to materialize into the pool yet. Okay. No, don't even think about it. There's one. There's two, and I know a third one's flying around somewhere. Eh. We've got a rock hammer. We can do things like this. Just to kind of change things up a bit. This is the sort... okay, what found me? A bunch of froxes. Like, little froxes. Take that, you silly little froxes. This is the sort of activity I could get lost in for hours, just doing it, like, ad nauseum. I genuinely like mining in video games that much. Okay, got the rock hammer all set up. I see you over there. No way, Jose. You can, you know, kick rocks. We'll replace that with a boulder. That's a little bit of a better, like boulder hammer. A bit better of a rock hammer. All right. Back to the Lightroot collection. Because that's what actually matters. I would like to be able to get out of this place, you know, sooner rather than later. We will eventually make a hover bike. It's just gonna take time. We gotta find the right part. That's really what's gotta happen, is we gotta find the right part. Oh no. Is there a height disparity? It looks like there is. It's time to go into the depth. I'm surprised that even worked, and that it's actually stable. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that even worked. I love this. This it's not that I really shouldn't be this impressed with myself, right? It is just a cart, but I really do like the fact that it's such a good off-roader. Sorry. I should cut the smiling out just a little bit. I am definitely just gonna pick this thing up, and we are gonna move where we need to go. So who's excited for their weekend? I think people have heard me prattle on enough about the marvels of in-game engineering. Who's excited for their weekend? Okay. Absolutely not. And I got struck by the gloom. Nice. Those parts could stay there. I don't care about them. I'm excited for my weekend. I get to go hang out with my real-life friends. I'm part of a tabletop group, that operates every other Saturday. Like, that's basically what we do, is we hang out, we play tabletop games together, and if we don't feel like doing that for some strange reason, you know, we've often got a collection of board and card games that we can pull out as well. Last time we met up, we were missing one, so we opted to play, a couple of party games and then ended things off with Cards Against Humanity, and I was pretty happy with that. I always enjoy a good laugh with Cards Against Humanity. I know, it's a game that ages like sour milk, okay? I know it ages like sour milk. I know it's detestable, but, you know, with the right circle of friends, you know, you can make it appear, or make it be way less offensive than it actually can be sometimes. And, you know, the sky's the limit. It is a game that you could write things on. Okay, I believe we're actually just done with this. We should go on foot from here. We'll have to build another cart or flying machine, one of those two things. Yeah, I know it's not. And, you know, if you're a kid, please don't go, by that I mean like primary or secondary school. Please don't go looking into what Cards Against Humanity is. That's like, you're asking for your parents to get upset. And I don't want that for you. Especially if they're the controlling kind. Like, oh, they're likes. They're now likes guarding the business. All right, then. Can't quite yet see where the Lightroot is. There's definitely a height discrepancy. Let me try looking down some direction. Oh, nice. Kind of want it down on the ground level, though. Can't tell where the Lightroot is, which means it's probably behind something. Alright, let's keep things moving for the time being. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the weekend. You know, I hope everyone has something they can look forward to this weekend. You know, because in an age where, you know, you're surrounded by fake things, plastic things, you're surrounded by hateful people, and harmful rhetoric, and people catfishing you online, and people attempting to suck every last dollar out of you. Of which even I have to say that I'm at least a little bit part of that crowd. In an age where everything is a commodity, everything is a commercial. Everything is a sales pitch. Everything is gaslighting and emotional labor and social manipulation. In an age where that stuff is really, really common, and like it inundates everyone's lives to the point where people are effectively calling the internet dead, you know. Not only is the internet dead, but the advent of AI might even be our, you know, species-wide undoing. In an age where all of that is going on, it's nice to have things to look forward to. Whether that be something low-tech, or it doesn't have to be low-tech, but it should at least be fun. Okay, that is the last Lightroot that we can go collect in places we've been in the overworld. Again, the two that are in the Hyrule Field region right before you hit the Tabanthan region are, they are technically in a different zone, so, and they're accessible only by going to a different zone. So, definitely not going to be going to collect those. We're not ready to hit the Gerudo Wasteland after all. All right. As another point of order, why don't we go topside and get some of these caves, eh? I believe we're now ready to do that. And we'll come back and get the springs. We'll come back and get the spring and a lot of the mines. A lot of the mine areas afterwards. Again, today is a day of exploration. You know, discovering all of Hylia's green creation, realizing how corrupted it is from within, and then saying, oh, we've got a lot of work we gotta do. We're gonna build a beam cycle. Wow, that is certainly speedy, and it even comes equipped with a weapon too. I'm curious to see what kind of damage the beam does, if anything. Oh my god. You can literally hunt. You can literally hunt things. Which is really cool. This will actively kill wildlife. No, wrong one. Maybe this one? Man, I did just hunt down some of your brethren earlier. You may want to think twice. But that's just me. I guess I will throw that away. What do I want? Maybe another horn, and probably this one. We did just, you know, put a fang on something, or we did just kill a frox. It's fine. I do love motorcycles. I am deathly terrified of them. in real life. I'm not like I'm not phobic of motorcycles or anything, but I have ridden on them once or twice with my dad back when he had one. And let me just say that we're gonna open whatever this is. Bomb barrel spear, a spear for throwing with a decayed tip. We're gonna put that back in the chest so it doesn't blow up in our face. Oh, this is a nest of horriblins. We may or may not want to take pictures. Oh, oh, don't link. Yeah, I thought that would probably happen. Yeah, you guys coming this way or what? All right, they're back to where they belong, which is nowhere near where they can throw stuff at me. Okay, and there was another one lying around somewhere. Gotta find them. Look, if you're gonna meander around in there, you're gonna get pinned down and struck, good sir. Don't do that. Just drop down and walk to me like a normal monster. Huh. This is a nice break from the depth. I also find it particularly troubling that we're already seeing silver grade enemies and spots. It took quite a while for us to see them in base Breath of the Wild. It took at least 1 or 2 regions before we spotted one. Or 1 or 2 divine beasts before we spotted one. But we're straight up finding them now before we've even fought. I wonder how the experience system, or basically the reverse experience system, has changed things in Tears of the Kingdom compared to its predecessor in Breath of the Wild. Like, looking at this stuff under the hood is gonna be pretty nice when we talk about that stuff at the end of the game, when we have nothing left to do, and we start looking at the cutting room floor materials. That's going to be really nice as a way to kind of like really truly examine the depths of everything that Tears of the Kingdom has to offer. Speaking of games, and you know, like being at the end of the game and everything, one thing I wanted to bring to everyone's attention is I am, a core gimmick of the channel is that we vote on content. We vote on the games that you guys want to see next. I put, maybe a few days ago, maybe less than a week even, I have put together a voting item. We vote on things on this channel. It's one of my main perks that I give people is whenever, you know, anyone who chucks money at me, you guys get extra votes for the purposes of deciding how things work around here. Soldier's broadsword halberd. I guess we should drop it so that, you know, the game says we've picked up the chest. I guess we'll drop the Zonaite spear stick to make that work. That way we can at least say it's all done. And the game has clearly said we're not done exploring this yet. There'll be a little check mark next to it. The fact that there's no check mark is absolutely wild. That means this little compartment here is what we have to deal with, probably. Anyway, yes, we vote on things. It's the core gimmick. I give you guys perks based on that core gimmick as a reward for hurling money at me, which is very much something you don't have to do. It's really nice to be able to say I at least have something that I can give you for the $1 a month that you guys would spend on Patreon or coffee, or the $6 that you spend on Twitch. It would be nice if it were less disparate. Gonna drop that and pick that back up because I am not interested in oh, but we can. We've already taken a picture of that, though. Still not done, though, which definitely means we have more to find in here. It's just a matter of what exactly we're going to have to go out and find. But in addition to that, you know, some other things include, you know, seeing the thumbnails early. Like, that's something that you guys get for, you know, offering me money. You get access to them a whole day early. Maybe even maybe even additionally a little bit earlier than that, depending on, you know, what kind of game we're running with here. With Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, I wanted to make interesting thumbnails. So I can't just have... I can't just have... I think we're done here. I don't see anything else. Let me look around the bottom one more time. And then we'll get out of here otherwise. Yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, let's get out of here. Link, I need you to walk forward a little bit, buddy. Oh, I forgot where I was going to take that. But long story short, you know, the vote item is going to last for 8 months. Yeah, right. That's what I was going to say next is the voting item lasts for 8 months. It's on my Discord. So if you want to vote on things, please consider joining the Discord. It's like the only place that you guys are going to be able to go where you'll find that stuff. It's my way of keeping everything contained and at least somewhat reasonable. Yeah, okay, definitely not. Maybe on this stalagmite over here, that might be our ticket. Right through there. And there's a specific channel voting on content in my Discord server. You know, the onboarding is automatic, so all you really have to do is go in there, look at the correct channel, and cast your vote. It is a ranked choice vote, so, you know, vote for all the options you want to see, not just one of them. We're gonna pick that up. Yeah, we're gonna, yeah, it's vote on everything you want to see. And, you know, if there's like a tie, you know, then I will, you know, we'll do like a second round of single choice or winner take all voting so that we can, you know, come to a decision on the game we want to play next. Now, as it turns out, I did put Streamer's Choice on there. If Streamer's Choice is something that ends up being voted on, then, you know, I get to decide. Are we already monster-free? Good. What a pain in the neck. Look at you swooping to save me in the nick of time all over again. Here, take this as thanks for helping me. I'm sure you'll like it. You don't say. The name's Kalissa. I'm a legendary treasure hunter of the Gerudo. Nice to meet you. Have you heard about the strange phenomena going on all over the regions of Hyrule? Yep. Islands floating in the sky everywhere and caves opening up everywhere. It's a dream come true for a treasure hunter. As a legendary treasure hunter, I'm more than happy to share some tips with you. The key to making new discoveries is being able to get somewhere high up. A cliff, ruins that have fallen from the sky. As long as it's high up, it'll work just fine. So get high up and look around. You're bound to discover all kinds of things. I better get going, but I hope we meet again. Savork. What? Oh my god. I gave Gerudo a jump scare, the likes of which she will never again forget. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. Just the way I cranked up, the laser was nearby, and she was just like, "Wah!" Hilarious. Huh? Was this not the way to Hateno Village? I can't get lost now, not after spending all that time with the Gerudo doll maker, learning to make sand seal plushes. I refuse to give up on my dream of handing these out to the school kids. I can't wait to see their faces light up when I give them these stuffed toys. Hope I can remember not to glare at them. Oh, I know. I should practice my routine so I can hand out the toys with a smile. Morning, kids. I'm the sand seal lady. Not much pizzazz to it. Also, if you're selling plushes, you might not want to call yourself the sand seal lady. You might want to call yourself the plushie lady. That might work a little bit better. How about, morning, kiddos. It's nice to seal ya. Everyone's sealing good?
Sure, Jan.
Oh, give it a rest.
Oh my god. Oh, fake it till you make it, I guess. But it'll be worth it to see those kids beaming with joy. I'm gonna drop the voice now. Yeah. That horse gonna trot off? What are you doing? You startled me. Give a gal some warning next time. My toys. They're waterproof, so they should be okay, but still, I worked so hard to make the 10 of them, and now this. How am I supposed to gather all these up by myself? Let me help. Oh, now you want to help. Then start picking them up and loading them onto the cart. I'll make you a deal. If you get all 10 of them for me, I'll pay you. I mean, but if you're serious about helping them, I want to see them all in that cart at the end. Oh, and you got to be careful loading the toys. They tend to fall out if they're not all the way in. I want to get moving, so make this quick, okay? I'll be keeping track of time. Hold on a sec. You're not thinking of pocketing any of my seals, I hope. These are handmade for children. I said I'd pay you if you bring them back, but this is kind of your fault, so mind giving me a 20 rupee deposit? Ma'am, is this a mini game? You'll get it back once you're done. Sure. Thanks. Well, feeling confident to get to it. There's 10 stuffed toys I need you to gather up for me. Be sure to load them onto the cart nice and gentle. If they fall right off, they'll fall right off again if they're hanging out the sides. Now hop to it. This is a mini game. Okay, there's... Okay, 3 of them did fall out. That's fine. There we go. No way, you're done picking them all up? That was fast. Took me about a minute. All I had to do was use my glove and glue them together. Nice work. I didn't think you'd managed to load them all up in so short a time. So yeah, here's your pay. Your deposit is included in that. I'll get this smiling thing down eventually, I hope. Anyway, I clearly need more practice at it. So leave me alone, would ya? Don't be a weirdo and, like, I guess, you know, the road was empty and I did come up upon her. Now that that weirdo is not interrupting me, I can start fresh. I'll practice smiling until my cheeks hurt. Ooh, ooh. I'll keep working on it until I can say that without cringing. So, minigame gets a stamp. I can't believe that's just a minigame where I can pocket 50 rupees. Or, excuse me, pocket 30 rupees. How are you not, like, recoiling from me, though? I'm sorry, did I just lose my motorcycle? Because... reasons? I think I did. Whee! Oh man, I love this. This is awesome. Alright, don't force square pegs and round holes. Okay, and we're definitely not gonna be... We're definitely not gonna... oh my goodness, I just blanked on what it was I was saying. We're definitely not gonna be jumping with this. That's not a thing that can happen. Ah! So we have... decided this is how we're doing things, huh? And our motorcycle, I believe, is... Give me just a moment, everybody. Come on. Hi there, Midnight. What you so spooked for? What are you spooked? What are you scared for? My apologies, guys. My lab... I don't even think it's storming out. I just think someone's made a loud noise. Midnight, it's okay. Yeah, my black lab is, you know, standing nearby. Midnight, sit down. I hear that noise too. It's okay. Midnight, come here. Come here. Come on. Get right here. That's perfectly fine. Just find a place to be and sit. That's all I ask. Midnight, sit down. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah, she's between the desk and my leg, so she's quaking like a you know, a magnitude 4 earthquake. Poor thing. It's got you so spooked, hon. I don't think so. All right, what's in the chest? Another night shield. I guess I will drop this. But then I'm just gonna drop... Oh, now it didn't even depress properly. Cool. Yeah, I love my microphone sometimes. Midnight, hon, you gotta make up your mind. Are you going over? Are you going outside to find Mama and Daddy, or you No, you can. Yeah, I was about to say. There are plenty of places you can go. And that didn't work. Okay. I wonder if the motorcycle will work without the beams on it. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't because the counterbalancing is gone, but it's one of those things I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Yeah, it's like too forward in like the weight. Yeah, that like we're done with that now. If we wanna, yeah, let's head back to the stable. Let's Midnight, what's the matter? Midnight, what's the matter? Give me 8 minutes and I'll be ready to take you wherever you want to go, honey, okay? Poor thing. Poor thing. This got you so scared. Alright. So, next up on our list is not picking up random rocks. Next thing on our agenda is this well that's near the new Serene Stable. Yes, it's literally this nearby. I wonder if all the stables are gonna have like a nearby well. I guess it would make sense if they did, right? Like, it's a place where you can draw water. But even so, like... What happens? Are they dissolving in water? Midnight. It's okay. It's alright. It's alright, baby girl. Give me 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. That's all I ask. Okay, so there's clearly something here underneath the sediment. Oh, it's like a huge thing. Yeah, that hole is just drained. So what's underneath this then? Money? Just money? I feel cheated. That's not true. I don't feel cheated. It's fine. It's like more than fine. Ooh, we need to find another bow before we get carried away. We definitely need to do that. Not sure how I'm gonna find one, but I am gonna try. Okay, so we found the stable well, which is good. There are loud noises outside. That makes a lot of sense. Mr. Beetle, hello. Hey there, we meet again.
You hear that off in the distance, my
my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Hey there, we meet again. Are you still moving forward on this little journey we called life? How inspirationally, deep there, sir. Ooh, do beetles' eyes deceive him, or is that a bladed rhino beetle? I have such a weakness for bladed rhino beetles. Will you give it to me, please? How about a mighty meat and rice bowl? Really? You turned down a deal like that? Oh my god, you look so dejected. Where did his pupils freaking go? What the heck? And why are you scratching your nose? Yes, what do you have? You have arrows. I will totally spend some money on that. Okay, now in the 5 minutes we have left, it is cave time. Oh, also I bet we could probably build, there's gotta be a spot with some nearby building materials. It's gotta be somewhere along this road. Or, oh yeah, it's like over here. Gotta be. If not, we can just go by foot. Anyway, the bigger thing here is, yeah, this is it right here. Whoa, what? I love that you can just hover around with strange devices and then all of a sudden it just works. Hey, watch it. How? Maybe I ought to not point lasers at horses, though. Let's not do that. Anyway, how do we want to go into Misko's cave? But yes, you know, 3 minutes of commercial break. And, you know, once the timer is done off the screen, we'll be right back to gaming, everybody. It's really quite a simple proposition. Of course, I want to thank everyone for their patience. It really does mean a lot to me that people are hanging out here. You know, even despite the fact that, you know, the Twitch adpocalypse experience is brutal. Absolutely brutal. But I really do appreciate the company. It also just helps me and my personal sanity. Much appreciated about that. All right, we're in the spot where one of Misko's treasures is, so... I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's because it's raining in here. What? Oh, no. Get out of that. Yeah, it's raining. I need to find a different way. Okay. Oh, maybe we don't throw bombs when we're that close to something. Weak. Absolute weak sauce. Waste of a completely pointless waste of a good fairy. Anyway, we will pick up on that after the commercial break. Thank you. My apologies about that, everyone. So as it turns out, there was a thunderstorm outside again. It's been happening a lot lately. So of course my poor black lab is spooked to death. Another night shield. I'm gonna leave that one in the chest. These come from likes. So I don't need them. We don't need to open them to say we've opened them. 2 night shields. Interesting. Okay. This might... Okay, there is a platform here. We can ascend through it. But this may be the type of cave where we need to pull out the... You know, the anti-slip elixirs that we've made. Yeah, I'm willing to bet if we start climbing, we are in fact gonna slip. Yeah, this if we're gonna be climbing anywhere, we need to do this. So, here comes the sticky elixir. We have low-level slip resistance, so I don't think we're gonna be slip-free, but I do think we're gonna go longer without slipping. Okay. Let's keep moving. Yeah, there's nothing really that there's not a bit ounce of logic that says, you know, I should think about not collecting bright bloom seeds. Maybe we'll have to feed them into something something crazy. We have a stick, but well, that's unfortunate. What can we find that will give us a lot of bang for our buck? Oh, I know. One of these. Three cheers for, three cheers for monster horns, I guess. All right, this is an article of clothing, almost guaranteed. Climbing gear. The ancient technology in this gear will make you a better climber. The special node slip glove helps you use your energy more efficiently to facilitate nimble climbing. Could have just said this increases your climbing speed and been good, but that's fine. We found the thing. Now what's in the rest of this cave? Because I'm willing to bet Misko's treasure is not all that's in here. I did not mean to drop in there, but we got the hot-footed frog, which is what I wanted the whole time. Absolutely the whole time. Also, this would have been the back door to getting some, getting Misko's treasure a little bit faster. Okay, well that's done and dusted. What next? Because we now actually have to mark new caves for us to go to. Okay, so out of all the caves, we went to the one in Linder's Brow, and we had the gloom hands to deal with. We have one here, for sure. We've got a hole into a chasm over there. We also have a cave over here. Probably somewhere over here, if I had to guess without zooming in super close. Then we definitely have one at... we have a nearby well, which is probably this right here. Put a pin there. Then we have another cave over here, which we went in for the shrine. We've already completed that. There's... I think I just heard the seal to the window in my office, like, loosen up a bit because of the weather. So there is definitely there's a cave somewhere over here. I think we saw a little bit of a glimpse into it earlier, but we didn't do much with it. And then we've got the Gisa crater, which we technically already completed. So we got that. So then our next cave is... There's technically something under the Nero Hill cave, and it probably has to do with the Tanagar Canyon West cave. That's probably what it is. There's a way to get under Nero Hill. We just haven't found it. The next one is near this shrine, and it is specifically right about here. All right, we've got a wide swath of land, so let's get to it. Isn't this exciting? Isn't it nice to... I mean, we've had over, I'd say, not counting the memories, not counting like the Dragon's Tears, we have kind of had 14-ish, or maybe like 12-ish episodes of, you know, non-stop exploring. So I actually imagine some people are really getting quite tired of this, and they absolutely have every right to be. But thankfully, I'm gonna do what I can to get it all finished this stream. We have 47 minutes. I want to try to make that count. Oh yeah, the rain's really picking up now. Okay, so we have a cave here, and I'm not sure how to enter it. So I guess maybe before I, like, look it up, I want to, like, take a quick second and maybe kind of peer around for a side entrance. Because that would make a lot of sense, right? There would be, like, a cave entrance off to the side. Maybe stuff falling has kind of opened a hole somewhere. That would make the most sense to me. And it doesn't even have to be nearby. It can probably even be as far out as, say, you know, this area over here. I'm gonna need you guys to stop. Just stop attacking me. Stop it. Get some help. Is that a... That is not a cave. Good. Little bit worried that that's what was gonna be happening. Let's see if our entrance is around in a different spot. Okay, what the heck else? Absolutely not. Okay, well, nice. I'm not exactly seeing anything immediate. Voltfin trout. This trout makes its home in the freshwater lakes. Its scales have an insulating compound that, when cooked into a dish, offers resistance to electricity. Okay, what else popped out of the woodwork to come get me? Come on, game. Show me you mean business. There we go. We can take a nice picture of this. It'll be useful for when we actually get the capacity to deal with the sensor later. Okay, well, I'm not exactly seeing a easy way in, so something tells me that the entrance mechanism to this particular cave is more complicated. Let's maybe see if we can find an easy way to get into the cave, like where the entrance is. So which cave was this? This was the Thundra Plateau Cave. Really? That's how we do this? Okay, so here's what we need to do. We need to make a campfire. That's like the very first thing that's got to happen. How we would have figured this out, I will never know. And then we also need flint if we're gonna do it this way. Where is that? Oh, right. That's kind of silly. All right. Let's sit until morning, because I'm pretty sure noon is 12, and we need to make the logs first. 5 in the morning. What? Yeah, sure. That's fine. Now we're going to take these smaller dragon's blood trees, and we're going to chop them down, and we're going to take the logs with us. Oh, this one, there's a whole... there's a whole chain of quests for a full armor set. Essentially Misko's treasure, but with extra steps. Why on earth? And also, hey there, Shiny. Good to see you. I probably should not skip that, huh? Let's not do that. Okay, I'm gonna make a note then in that case, and come back to this later when we've discovered what the actual quest for this is. I think that's the more reasonable thing to do here. But it's nice to know that there is like a quest tied to that. But hopefully you're doing well, good sir. I hope you're enjoying your I hope you enjoy your stay. how are things in your little slice of terra firma, if and you don't mind my asking? There's a thunderstorm in my area, so while I'm fine... So the fact that you didn't know the solution is because the puzzle wasn't even provided to me? Yes. So, I definitely made an error there, and I should not be so quick to look up solutions to things. Maybe there's a reason I don't know why something is the way it is. Sorry, that's definitely behavior that is left over from Breath of the Wild, where I did more or less know the game and was looking things up a lot because I knew I had experienced it before. Here, I need to remember that this is a first-time playthrough and I shouldn't do that. I do most of the time. We're gonna dive right in. Just figure out where this is. Realize that there is a balloon. Ah, this is where that's underneath. Makes sense. Alright. Chasm discovered. Renovation of the kitchen, so gonna move to your sister's place for a while until it's done. Overall, though, doing well. Awesome. Awesome. Glad to hear that, good sir. Hopefully that kitchen renovation, hopefully that kitchen renovation goes off without a hitch. I take it, that has to be pretty involved too. Would you say that the renovation is pretty early on, or are you is the renovation like into its later stages? If and you don't mind my asking. Now I wonder when I'm gonna bump into that quest. It's fine. We'll bump into it when the time is right and not a moment before. Okay, so this marker isn't correct. Gotta find the well. Ah, here it is. All right, what are our eyes gonna feast on now? It probably is more than just rock and yes, look, there's a hole hidden behind this. Nice try, game. I haven't done a renovation in any like part of a house for like decades. Ah, I see. Okay. And that's just gonna sink to the bottom, is it? Alright. That's fine. They probably want us to do something like this. Oh. There's nothing up there. There's no ledge. Okay. I have a trick for that. Oh, that's not even gonna work either. Interesting. And if I had bothered to look around for 5 seconds, I wouldn't have done any of that. Okay, that kind of works. It's nice to know those are there. Let me make sure I haven't missed chat here. It's been going on for 2 days already. Cool. Now there's a moment that's going to be the messiest because Father replaces the whole floor and installs floor heating. Yeah. Now you're getting to the part where you actually tear tiling out, right? Yeah, that's gritty. I hope that goes like smoothly, because tearing out floor, you know, exposes the foundation and is not exactly like I did, you know, bear witness to and help a little bit with some renovation when my dad and his folks moved into this house that I'm in now. Maybe 5-6 years ago. Yeah, that sounds about right. We put in hardwood laminate in the living room, and it's an open living room, so there were 2 rooms worth of hardwood laminate to put down. Sorry. There were 2 rooms of hardwood laminate to be put down. I kept trying to, like, use the word on and not the right place. That's what was going on there. Any more holes? I think this might be the end of it. The question is, why would it work? It's essentially very wet dirt, right? I doubt ice platforms would realistically spawn. Fair point. But now I definitely know that ice platforms don't spawn in dirt. Okay, there's definitely... Oh, that already works. Okay, no need to put on the 3rd panel. That's messy. Yeah, the exposed foundation had some sharp stuff in it, some like caked grit. Not pleasant on feet. I've come to learn. Like, very not nice. So I certainly hope there isn't gonna be any of that for perhaps you, your family, or you know, any pets you might have. Make sure I've read that all properly. Oh, not just floors, floor heating. Floor heating. Oh, can I just comment on how awesome that is? I would like heated floors. Heated floors sound amazing. You know, when I want them, that is. The floors get brutally cold in winter, and they're only like relatively mildly cool to the touch during summer because we actually run air conditioning. Floor heating sounds nice for winter months. Sounds lovely. Everything is planned to a last bit. Even renovation was planned when your sister was on when your sister goes on vacation, so we wouldn't bother her too much. How considerate. Yeah, so you know, everything was planned to a T, is what I'm hearing. Cool. Thank you. I'm just looking to get you guys off me. That's what's going on. All right. So I think our friend the Gliok is probably back. We've had a blood moon since then. Which, if that's the case, you know, okay. That'll be time to deal with that again. We've got some... we have about the same amount of food we had before. Maybe plus or minus a couple of things. So here... and maybe quite a bit less... chew jellies, among other things. But I guess we're gonna find out, you know, how guarded this cave is after we dealt with the Gliok the first time. Yeah, I hope that renovation goes well. Oh, you defeated a flame Gliok? Congrats, man. That's genuinely impressive. Yep, I got the horns to prove it. I got the Gliok flame horn to prove it. It took me 3 tries last stream, but I did manage to get it. Had to farm up weapons afterwards, though, but thankfully we were already headed toward, Hebra, and we started seeing the gnarled sticks, so weapon replacement actually wasn't all that hard. Okay, what I want is the Zonaite shield, and I want... let's put out a spring. Sure, let's do it like that. Might have to kill it again, which, if that's the case, the focus or the locked in, stream overlay gets to come in and you guys get to sit and listen to Gliok ASMR. I jest, but, I am going to have to concentrate if I have to go kill another Gliok. And unlike last time, that's like something else, is I don't have, easy long-range bows. I've only got 2 Lionel bows to work with, and one is already kind of partially used. So that's going to be fun. That's going to be real fun. Gliok horns are amazing. Unlike any other elemental material, the elemental power does not run out at all. So no BS waiting until it recharges. That is awesome. Yeah, that sounds amazing. That sounds like something you want to staple into a magic rod, as soon as humanly possible. So that you have not infinite, like, elemental attacks or anything, but at the very least, you'll be able to use the elemental attacks until the magic rod runs out. Okay, good. Our Gliok friend has not, in fact, made a return. That's good. This is another one of those I gotta find the correct entrance later. Nah, rods still work best with gems. Okay, but elemental melee weapons, yeah, that's probably, like, extra nice. Oh, okay. So there's definitely... There's definitely, like, a quest for this. We saw this exact same panel back at the Thunder Plateau. It was the exact same kind of, like, covering. So my guess is that there's a quest for this too. Or it might even be part of the same quest. So I guess we're gonna put another stamp on this and come back to it later. Yep. So anytime I see one of these, like, slate panels, I know I can just come back to it later. I still have to confirm it on the map, though. I can't just ignore it for the purposes of coverage, but that is nice that we can move on. So then that we might actually get to explore the Secret Spring of Revival, as well as the Hylian Mine and a few of the other mines that we've bumped into and I hadn't exactly bothered to go creeping around in them yet. I did explain this to other people, but I'll refresh that explanation here. Today is exploration. I do not intend to cross the boundary into Hebra until Monday, and when we do cross that boundary, it's story time. We'll grab the tower to help with navigation, but we're not going to hunt around for any Koroks or do anything else except what, except what the main story has to offer. I want to give it the same dedication that I gave the Divine Beasts in Breath of the Wild, where, we focused on them and we didn't go gallivanting doing this, that, and the other. Although I guess in the Divine Beast's cases, right? You know, I couldn't exactly climb around in Lanayru, for instance. You know, there was no, even with Rivali's Gale, back then, it was still super annoying to try to, like, find Koroks. So I was just better off completing the Divine Beast first. I get the feeling the same thing is gonna apply. I just don't know how hardcore that's gonna be yet. Oh, another Horriblin. Nice. And it looked like another black one too. Yeah, absolutely essential. I thought we had a stick. I forgot we stapled a horn to it. My goodness. Those weird wall decoration things you see indicate there's an armor piece in this cave. So look around for it. Okay. Wall decoration. Let me go back so I can spot that. Because I want to make sure I didn't just, you know, engage in a bit of what we call streamer brain, where I didn't look at anything. Ah, okay. So we found Misko's treasure here. So we're going to find something. We're going to find a structure similar to what we saw back at the North Hyrule Plain Cave, where we found the climb gear. Okay, I'll be on the lookout. Rita warriors cherish the shield. Its unique shape is designed with mid-battle flight in mind to facilitate aerial combat. Sure, I'm gonna drop that real quick and take a picture. That's a nice looking shield. That's probably a wooden one if I had to guess. Looks wooden. This reminds me of, like, the old, really old, like, ancient era kite shields you would see, particularly on the African continent, like, before the Bronze Age, or right at the Bronze Age, I want to say. That style of shield was kind of common, and it wouldn't be, like, covered in cloth, but there would be paint, like war paint put on top. This armor piece, I can spoil you as one of the fan favorites for a certain reason. I'll find out why. I'm looking forward to it. I'm definitely looking forward to it. If it's anything like the Sheikah set from Breath of the Wild, I'm not saying that's what it is, just if it's like that. You know, the Sheikah set ended up being a fan favorite of mine because it made the game significantly easier. What do we have? Frostbite shirt. Made for ancient rituals, this item's cold-absorbing cloth produces frost in low-temperature environments. Sure, let me try to find, like, flattering pants and, like, garb to put in with this. Maybe... That is nice-looking gear. If I imagine there's like a whole set to this. What does this remind me of? There's a fighter in the Soul Calibur series. Her name is Xianghua, and she has a Chinese dress that that actually does look kind of like this. You just cut out the Triforce tassels and you've got it. It's complete with the shoulderless sleeves The dress is a bit longer and does cover her hips a bit more, but she is also wearing really short blue shorts on top of that. She's like a fan favorite character in the Soul Calibur franchise. I think that probably covers everything. It should just be this. It kind of like looped in, and then the cave kind of looped in on itself and came back out here, right? Oh no, there's a whole top side. There's a top side. I'm glad I took a second look at that. Okay, well, for the time being, we're going to melt some bramble, or burn some brambles, and see what's lying up topside. I can't wait to see the rest of the set, though. I am looking forward to that. Ugh. Any more, or was that bramble just... Yeah, it looks like those brambles were just to, like, make it more difficult to climb up. Okay, we can get out of here now. Oh, and that's what the check marks are for. The check marks aren't there for completion. They're there because there's still bubble frogs in those. Like, if I see a cave without a check mark, that means there's a bubble frog in it. Okay. Cool. Yes, there is, but that's not the point. Unfortunately, the Gerudo Vi outfit is not in this game. Oh, that's such a shame. But, you know, I guess given the relationship that Princess Zelda has with the Gerudo, and the fact that Riju already knows of our existence, means that we probably couldn't blend in like that even if we wanted to anymore. Like, people kind of know. Yeah, so I'll make sure I put that set on when the time comes, and we'll even immortalize it with a clip so that we know, so that we never forget. We're gonna do that with a few of the stand-in sets as a, you know, way to immortalize it more than just, you know, watching a 4-hour VOD to find it. And I believe this is the last cave. Yeah, this is the last cave before... Hold on, let me just double check something. No, we have one more cave. No, there are 2 more caves. There's one literally right about here, which I should go ahead and mark. I thought we were all done with this. I guess not. And then there's a well that is right around here. And then I believe we are all set. Just making sure I don't have anything else. I know one of the things I did want to do is go back again to the secret spring. I'm not going to just not do that. So if our stream bleeds a little bit over, then that's fine. I'm at least going to make sure that we've first set it on the correct map. And then second, you know, I'm at least going to make sure we've done the thumbnail's namesake today. I hope everybody liked or enjoyed that thumbnail by today. That will be publicly available probably tomorrow after... Okay, I can see we have some unbearable cold. It is time to warm up and eat some food. That should die down eventually, but not beforehand. Hey there, Mr. Rasby. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. I hope you enjoy your stay. You say that you appreciate the mention in the tea house. You're welcome, good sir. I meant what I said when I said it yesterday. Jokes on everyone. That was script rehearsal for what I was going to write for that question. I'm like half joking. It sort of worked out that, you know, I was able to say it yesterday because it was fresh in my mind to type this morning when I was in the midst of making the thumbnail. Okay. We're gonna just glide right past that and find a rock like almost immediately. That sucks. Okay. But you're welcome, good sir. I do in fact, okay, do not roll down that hill. I had to think a minute on, think a bit on how I wanted to answer that question. And I also made sure I read the exchange in the tea house between Tom and a few others where, everyone kind of took the easy way out. Which, you know, I can't say that I entirely blame everyone for more or less glazing Tom. I really can't, because the dude we wouldn't be here without him. I guess it kind of defeats the spirit of the question if we're all just praising him. It kind of turns into a bit of a cult, if you think about it. That's why I made sure, you know, I praised some other people, and I made sure I actually followed the spirit of the prompt, which I think is what Tom would have wanted. Is if we're gonna be praising, if I'm gonna praise him, I had better praise, I better praise some other people as well, so that I'm actually doing the assignment. Paperback Cook really impressed me. What's Paperback Cook? Is that a book or like a contest of some kind? There's like a giant plot of sediment here. Yeah. Oh. A person from Tea House. Ah, gotcha. This is really cool, actually. I was not expecting to find this here. Also could be a talking book. Haven't checked. Fair. As he said, he has extreme attractiveness to the whole spectrum of genders. Ah, he's pansexual. That's cool. I like pansexual people. I think they're awesome. You praised him for being humble. Good call. Yeah. If you... Ah. It is time to... It's time to fight a foe we have not fought in a little bit. Hello, Mr. Stallnox. Nice to see ya. Are you gonna be different than any of your peers? A little bit. That's an interesting horn. Okay. Yeah, we can use the pulverizer for this. Okay, get up, get ready. Yeah, you thought about, you know, plucking out a rib. I think not. Okay, now we switch to the bladed implement. So close, so close. I don't want him going back into the skeleton now. Thank you. That also looks like a Stallnox horn I haven't seen yet. So I think this is either a blue or a... Oh no, the Stallnoxes just have their own horn. That's pretty cool. I like that. Stalnock's horn. The impaled skulls should serve as a warning, but if you do obtain one, attach it to a... Okay, same text as before. Hold on. Is there any of these I've not taken a picture of yet? No. Okay, I'm gonna pick up that claymore so we can break it down later. My goodness. And is that all there is? Just a couple of sediment piles? Looks like it. Alright, I guess let's see what's up here. Yeah, I'll look at his text after this stream is over. You got my word on that one. Shiny says, Stalnock's horn looks amazing. You love the impaled Stokoblin skulls. Yeah, that's a pretty nice touch. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting them to keep it simple, but the skulls are super metal. they're a very metal look, and do enjoy. All right, how thick is the sediment wall gonna be? Is there gonna be 3 swings deep, 4 swings deep? Make that 5 swings deep. My goodness, that is a thick clod of sediment. I hope there are Zonaite hello game. Thank you for, telling me that we've got, so many more of these to get through. No, I don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. Let's try not to use our bombs if we don't need to use them. At least not for this. Although I still find it upsetting that there are bomb-resistant sediment walls, but I guess it makes some sense. I wonder what's in here other than the Stalnocks. I guess we're gonna find that out, huh? I've been doing this with the sediment walls lately. Alright, that takes care of that. Now what do we have in here? Ah, there's our friend the Bubble Frog. Now that we've gotten him. Nice. And I believe that completes this cave, but I want to see what's in the other wall. Like, it would be very, droll if I perhaps... very boring if I just left it at that. Let's actually take a crack at this other wall. I bet there's a treasure chest in here. That'll make it worth our while. Well, I mean, the ore is certainly worthwhile, to say the least. Yeah, there's a treasure chest. I was right. I'm glad I poked around. Now, what is contained in our friend the treasure chest? Okay. Cool. Awesome. Okay, we've gotten that particular cave out of the way. Let's get the last 2, and then we will, take a trip into the Spring of Revival. I'll have to cut out the Hylia Canyon mine out of all this, but it would suck if I made a thumbnail about something and didn't end up doing it. I did have that happen sometimes. It's an incredible feel bad to make a thumbnail and then feel like you misled people because you in fact did not, I don't know, do what was depicted on the thumbnail. Coin's journey with clickbait. You get used to it. Yeah, except in my case, the first, it's been accidental clickbait, right? Because it's not like I didn't intend on going to places in the past that I've missed with the thumbnails. It's, you know, stuff happened on stream, and therefore, you know, that kind of stopped. Or no, sorry, brain definitely shut down there. You know, just time got away. You don't have to force yourself to do it as much then, since you already did it accidentally, Kappa. Yeah, you know, now I can just do it on purpose. And for effect, because it's funny. What's the deal? This is you. There we go. Oh, it's the snow. The snow's doing this. That is so deeply unfortunate. What a waste. Gonna just break that up. I guess we gotta do our off-roading. You know, aka my favorite auto-build device so far has been this cart. If I can build it correctly and not run into issues. Sorry, I know I'm acting like a middle school child with this, but I can't tell you how much happier I am now that I have this, like, design on retainer. I'm impressed with it. I did it without prompting to. Okay. Are these ice crystals or is this sediment? I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah, I hate clickbait. I do not like dealing with clickbait. I don't like it when people use clickbait. Something I'm gonna go on a bit of a tangent about. I'm sure you guys that have been on Twitch before kind of know what I'm grasping at here. But in case anyone's primarily on YouTube, when you're subscribed to someone on or following someone on Twitch, you get notifications, right? You turn the notification bell on, and you know the streamer can set whatever message that's supposed to be. I feel like these are crystals. I'm gonna try this first. Okay, these are in fact rocks. Oh, you can't. Okay, so I guess if you can blow it up there, it'll look like sediment. Got it. So I'm subscribed to a lot of people on Twitch. Even if I don't hardly see half of them, I do at the very least subscribe or follow, excuse me. And sometimes the follow notifications are a bit disingenuous. And by that I mean there will be a notification that says, oh, you know, someone just whispered you, or someone handed you, you know, a tier 1 subscription as a gift or whatever. And the notification is purposely misleading. You didn't actually get a tier 1 subscription. That's just what the notice message says. It's very scummy. Or, you know, the streamers, you know, whispered to you, click now to get into the stream. It's clickbait. It's clickbait for live streams, and I hate that. It's so dishonest. And more streamers are doing it slowly. You know, oh, this feels like a different book. Oh no, the Horriblins are just that color. Okay. I'm about to run out of bows, I think. Alright. Alright. Nice. I will have to go out and farm some bows, is what this experience is telling me. That's fine. Ooh, is that just that? No, that one's decayed. Okay. Yep, that one is decayed. Let's be careful about that. I do need weapons, but I'm just gonna farm the good stuff. What was I saying before? Right, clickbait. Like, I guess here's a question I can ask you guys. How do you guys feel about clickbait? It doesn't have to be, you know, a live stream. Like, there are people... We're streaming to Twitch and YouTube, right? So there's clickbait with videos, too. I have just as much problem with the clickbait in videos as I do with clickbait on live streams. The difference, I suppose, between the two is clickbait in a video is kind of like you see it, you can get mad, you can ignore it. You're not led to believe that... Well, no, maybe you're led to believe worse. I don't know. On one hand, you know, the clickbait notification you get on Twitch is kind of like spam mail or like, you know, like a bot message. You get it, but you can ignore it. Whereas YouTube clickbait maybe is perhaps much more insidious now that I'm, you know, thinking about it. But clickbait is clickbait, no matter which one you're subjected to. Once you see a creator clickbait me, you tend to ignore them, right? Because then you're not actually, you know, the posting isn't real. Like, the clickbait comes down to, in my honest purview, is that person lied. That person lied to you to get you to click on their stuff, right? So the issue isn't that they made a thumbnail that did this. The issue is what's underneath the clickbait, which is that they misled and lied. And if they misled and lied about a thumbnail, they're going to mislead and lie about more than just the thumbnail. They might slander someone. That might be a little bit of a stretch, but they might not purposely slander someone, but they might, you know, accidentally do it, or they might unintentionally do it, and it also screams someone that doesn't think about their words. They don't think about what they're saying or doing all that much. They don't think about what their words might mean when they say them. Or, you know, in the absolute best case scenario, when I see clickbait, I'm thinking, okay, this person's a performer, right? And I don't mean a performer in the sense of, oh, we can head out and the vehicle should still be there. Like, this is the kind of person who would be a performative liberal, to use those words. Like, I'm not trying to get into politics. Promise. Absolutely promise. But when I say someone who's a performative liberal, I mean someone who says they're all for human rights, or, you know, they're all for some major, actually problematic issue to be resolved, but then secretly you find out later that, oh, they're actually just, they actually believe the opposite, and they're doing that to get laid. Or something along those lines. Male feminists can kind of fit that mold sometimes, where it's like, the male feminist is clearly behaving like a pick-me. You can tell they're being a pick-me because of certain context clues in their micro-expressions or something. Like a language reader can say this person doesn't seem like they're being genuine and they don't believe the things coming out of their mouth. It's stuff like that. That's what I think of when I think of clickbait, is someone is being disingenuine. Whether they're an actual liar or not is harder to prove. But if they are lying, then it will have happened because they clickbaited. That's not, like, the inverse is not also true. Rasby says, "Oh man, the things in the U.S. Not going great." Don't remind me. I realize there's a kappa there. I totally realize that was meant as sarcasm, but it's important to talk about. But like, I'm in a position where I feel as though if I do talk about it, the government will be knocking on my doorstep. So I gotta keep that to a minimum. Maybe if I were less tethered and had nothing to lose, I would perhaps talk more freely. It would be a shame if we talked about politics right now. Are we Streisanding this, Mr. Raspy? Is that the joke? The more you, like, acknowledge something, Streisand might be the wrong word, but the more I point out the obvious uncomfortability, the worse it gets, or the more people actually notice. Shiny says, if a clickbait is needed for a video to bring views, then sorry, it's just not a good video. Valid. That's kind of how I feel underneath all of the explanation I had, is I feel like the video's not going to be good, right? Or the few times where it has been good, it's been a lie. And like, you know, this video is cool, sir and or ma'am, but the lie did not help you. You could have and should have just made a thumbnail that was transparent, and then I would have probably actually liked your video instead of feeling cheated that, you know, feeling cheated that you led me here on some fake image and then talked about something either partially or wholly unrelated. What the heck? I shouldn't have done that. But also, that's hilarious that I broke ice by belly flopping on it. That's essentially what I just did. Raspy says you feel like the devil on my shoulder. A bit, yeah. But it's all in, you know, the name of sarcasm, right? It's all in jest. If someone were actually trying to get me to talk about politics, I would know, because they wouldn't stop talking about it. And they wouldn't bother to leave it at Kappas. You want to contribute to the discussion about clickbait? Yes, exactly. And one more time for good measure. Just, I'm gonna break those two. Oh, that's what this is here for. I'm on to you, game developer. I see what you're doing. You put this here so that if I did fall on top of it, I would break the ice automatically. And I would learn that, oh, my weight can actually just do that. Cool. But I kind of just realized you don't hold opinions about that anymore. Like in the past, you had bigger, more complicated, more advanced opinions about clickbait specifically. Now I feel like I'm focusing on more important things, but the downside is you lose the opportunity to chat. That's life. How it be sometimes. Shiny says, speaking of clickbaits, I hate it when a thumbnail shows a face of a person with a caption, "He's finished. It's over." Oh my god, yes, I've seen that a lot. I've seen that too many times. It's not funny. And you know the worst, or maybe not the worst part, but another interesting part of the landscape about that is there are good, authentically good content creators who feel they have to clickbait because if they don't, they won't keep up with AI generated slop, and they can't keep up with the people who are, you know, clickbaiting in actually clickbaiting in bad faith. I hate that that's how it is. It's like the YouTube algorithm rewards clickbait. Like, it's just how it is. Like, the more catchy and interesting your thumbnail is, even if it isn't true, the more views your video will at least get. Like, yes, it can be counterweighed by the fact that the YouTube algorithm punishes people who click on a video and then leave within the first 7 seconds. Like, that actively causes content suppression. I know from personal experience, not from clickbait, but just when my videos were getting views no longer than 7 seconds, it would stay like that for a long time. Even if I weren't live streaming on YouTube, like it would stay that way for a while. Let me go back and make sure I haven't missed any chats here. Nothing changed on YouTube. Maybe that's why people watch tech news and discuss stuff like this. It's as pointless as it is to have an impact in the world. It lets you effing interact with people. Yes. There we go. Sometimes you talk about the stuff that's not important, that isn't critically important to you right then on the spot, because it lets us engage with people. It lets us measure each other. I'm gonna leave you in that ice. I'm gonna leave you in that ice as well. I'm gonna do my darndest to not have to break things out of ice like that. Unless that's the whole... Is this just the whole thing? No, it can't be. There was another hole he could have fallen into. Raspy says, man, I want to make a fake video thumbnail as if a video existed called The Fall of Coin. I would have to fall in order for that thumbnail to be valid. That would be hilarious. How can you talk about the fall of someone who hasn't yet fallen? Laughable, but it would be funny and put a thumbnail of Coin looking evil, like one of those generic demasking videos. Yeah, like the dream videos. I know what you're talking about. Not like the genuinely authentic dream demasking, but like actual slop that's been generated on the same thing. Yeah, it's satirical. In an attempt to optimize what you care about, you end up having unforeseen drawbacks, like this weird isolation, which then people also can't relate to. It's a give and take, right? It's definitely give and take. You know, you optimizing to care only about that which is actually important to you is a very good trait to have. It's very pragmatic. As I said in the tea house, you're very pragmatic. I like that. But it's not a perfect strategy. And life is full of intrigue. Life is full of intrigue that you just sometimes can't get away from. Are these holes? I need to know. Okay. Oh, I think you just... Yeah, you can just snap these off for icicle weapons. Okay, so like, this ice is just always here. You say F it. I will start making more parodies, if that would make you happy. As I will now also say, happiness and relatability are not practical. Sorry, but sometimes you have to care about things other people care about if you want to relate to them at least a little bit. You gotta... and it's true whether we're talking about romance or friendship or, you know, even wanting to persuade people. Caring about the things they care about, at least a little, even if it's performative, will get you somewhere. And if you're not willing to do that, you will find that people are unwilling to do it for you. And that can be a very frustrating experience. You did a lot of parodies in the past. Yeah. I think I remember one or two conversations way in the past where you talked about that stuff. Raspy says pragmatism only gets you so far. Well, it's part of a holistic bigger picture, right? As you were alluding to in that second part of the sentence, you think a bigger issue is something more holistic. It's not that you do one thing too much or too little, but that when you serve iced tea to 10 people, that was meant for just 2. You have 2 groups of 5 people who have very little iced tea. Yeah, you spread yourself thin, right? In other words, what you gain through strategy and balancing, you trade off in total energy, speed, and completing things. Yeah, It's a classic human. It's a classic human thing, right? You only have but so much time to. You only have but so much time on this earth, and once it's gone, none of us know whether we get a second chance or not. So it's important you figure out the right balance. Or maybe not the right balance, but the balance that works for you. That's kind of important. You can either do something fast and well, do something well and it's cheap, or do something fast and it's cheap. But you can't have all three. You have to pick. And if you can't have all three, and it's like very much not the case of you can do it, any of those things shine through really well. Whatever you roll, you get limited by something. It can only be that way. You can only swap what you were limited by. Exactly. And you want to do less control and do more things I know don't seem important, but would really want to. Like parodies. Yeah. You know, you're balancing the relatability part of your social network and relationships. We're kind of getting into the psychoanalysis portion of the stream, I suppose, but oh right, yeah, we're gonna head down to the Lightroot. This is the last thing I said we were gonna do. Of course, I'm gonna do one more thing after we go through the spring, and that is turn in some upgrades for our battery, and then we can wrap up the stream for today. And my good associate Monkey Funk 4D is live as well, so we will be rating him once we're finished. Just to kind of spread that electric love around and bring some positivity and some energy into his stream. Raspy said, I realized today that I'm not actually being honest with yourself when you say you enjoy work a lot, or when you say that you really like automation. You've actually just you've just been feeding your dysthymia. You've been living your life, excuse me, for other people. Hence why you had such a hard time recently, in regard to yesterday, right? You know, being mentally and physically exasperated after, you know, a mistake came up and put a wrench in things. Would that be about right? Not yesterday specifically. Okay. But in the last few weeks. Makes sense. I wonder what device we're gonna have over there to build. Is it gonna be more wings and things? We actually don't hold on to that stuff from yesterday. I sometimes do. I sometimes don't. I guess it just kind of depends on how emotional I was that day. Nor do I hold on to that stuff with a conflict on stream. Yeah. I'd like to think that it wasn't a conflict. You were just telling me what you wanted me to talk and not talk about. People are feeding me their critiques. I ask for critique. No, not that. Okay, that's fair. The self-entitled person makes sense. I am going to use that as a springboard for just a second, though, to finish my thought. I'd like to not forget it. I can handle critique. As long as people aren't super mean-spirited about it, I can handle critique. I can even handle the back and forth of, okay, I see your critique, I understand your critique, but I'm doing things this way for a reason, and we're going to just have to find either some compromise in the middle, or we're going to have to figure out a way for the disagreement to not matter so much, or the critique to not matter so much, right? But if people were to hand me those same critiques and they call me names, they're engaging in ad hominem attacks, they're engaging in libel or slander, or, you know, any of the other very not nice things, I'm very inclined to hold on to what happened, even if it was over something minor. Not because the criticism itself was major, but because someone was being rude. So, all that to say, sometimes I hold on to things because people are being mean. And it has nothing at all to do with critiques. I like that this is, like, partially camera dependent. If we'd have a conflict, I would be pretty clear about it. I would also come back after some time and apologize. That is the nature of conflict. You can't always apologize, but I appreciate where that sentiment is. I don't think we've had any serious conflicts, though, and other than the major one that doesn't bear repeating because there's no point in repeating it for, like, the 8th, 10th time. Pointless. And that was years ago. C'est la vie. Let the past be the past, right? If we had a conflict now, yeah, I'd like to think we would both be adult men and not... and handle that conflict as appropriately as possible. Oh, these are just Poe souls. I thought this was something strange. Turns out it was a Poe soul. Large Poe. A glowing spirit orb found all over the depth. Offer these to a bargainer statue for rewards. They seem to possess great power. Man, I feel like I'm a bad dude sometimes, because that's just one of the things you've done. You have a full-blown evil arc in the past. Well, I mean, you learn to be a better person, right? It's okay to feel guilt, and it's even fine to admonish yourself for that guilt. But I hope you can, at the end of the day, you know, after this conversation is over, or whenever you're feeling introspective, that you realize that you've come a very long way. You are not the person I knew, what, basically 10 years ago? God, I feel old. I may have made other people feel old just now. So sorry for that, but... your depth of character is profound 8 years ago. Yeah, not quite a decade. Not quite a decade, but that's a good thing. As Parthenax from Skyrim would ask, you know, and I think the question, like, bears a bit of repeating, but I think it's one worth having, is it better to be born evil and, you know, fight for redemption through hard work? Or is it better to be born good? Your predicament is not exactly the same thing, of course, but I think it can be mapped onto it pretty nicely. You know, people can fall, and people can start out rough around the edges and very much not nice, very rude, very abrasive. But if you work hard at it and, you know, something does affect you on the level that you actually do want to change for yourself, you know, you can end up being a better person than someone who's never experienced such tribulation or such trials at all. I think it also lends itself to having more stories to tell, right? Because you can say, I did this bad thing, and now I've learned from it, and this is what not to do. I can also recognize when it happens in other people, and I can, you know, warn others accordingly that this is that pattern. Rasby goes on to say, I'm surprised it worked out in the end. When you feel really hopeless, you remember that this got sorted out despite never seeing like it. That I did come out at the terms that was it. Yeah, like... Okay, I'm going to take a picture of this because I think it's important, and I'm probably going to have to come back to it later. My goodness. Yeah, that's it. It's the spring. I thought there was going to be... Oh, there is something more. And I guess we still have the, you know, the crystallized charges to exchange. So we're not quite done yet, but let's just send through that. That'll make this that much faster. It took me a long time to get over that major scuffle. It took me a long time. And I learned many things about myself along the way. I learned that maybe, perhaps, if it's bad enough, I do hold grudges, you know. Good people can also, or I say good people, I want to make sure I'm not calling myself a good person. I don't think I'm a good person, but people who mean well can learn things that are awful about themselves. Since then, I've also learned that I tend to explode when I'm angry and cannot handle, you know, people being brash, brazen little pieces of garbage. Like, that makes me extra upset. What was the deal with that quiche shriek? Oh, it's the spear doing that. That's funny. That's really cool and funny. There are going to be some shenanigans that I can pull off with that for sure. I can imagine just sticking like a elemental attack item, or you know, foisting. Sorry, I'm struggling to think of words. I could probably foist. Feathered weapons create a feathered weapon types create a gust of wind. Yeah. It's really cool. It's really funny. Sorry, I know I'm saying the same thing multiple times, but I do mean that. There's gonna be some shenanigans we can do with that later, guaranteed. Yeah, good job to you as well, because a lot of it was your inner work. You also are one of the few people that did try to get back to... that you did try to get back to many times, but you actually did make it. Yeah. Forgiveness is something you kind of have to... and forgiveness and letting go of things, if it's profound enough, can take a long time. But I was able to do that. And I guess as a result of having done that, even fewer things get to me than they did before. I say this while obviously crashing out on stream a few times, but I don't think my crash outs over those things were unwarranted. I've got to be honest. Ice Element does wonders here. You turn enemies into an ice statue and push them into water to drown them all in one weapon. Yeah, that's going to be impressive. I remember doing that in Breath of the Wild. Freeze them with a blizzard rod, push them off a cliff, and they just take hella damage. They take hella damage. Oh, why am I coming here? No. The conversion statue is not here. It's, oh, you know what? Actually, I think, yes, it is. Yeah, because that's the forge construct. No, this is a spot we can go to for that. We're gonna make this one last exchange, and then we're gonna call it good for the weekend. Today's stream has been fun. Hello. I will be the one who solves the riddle of our local ruins. Are you? He's talking in his sleep, everybody. Okay, there's the port. Here is the construct. Let's make some energy wells. I can take your crystallized charges and use them to produce energy wells. Yes, please. To produce 2 energy wells will require 200 crystallized charges. Is that acceptable? Yup, sure is. 4 full batteries, everybody. Gonna go ahead and get that shout out rolling, because we are again going to go rate this wonderful gentleman, a good Twitch associate of mine. He's popped by on a few streams. I've supported him, he supported me. So I want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence. This was a longer stream. It sure was. This stream has been really nice. I really want to thank people again for stopping by. For those of you on YouTube, congrats. Just 12 more full batteries left to go. You know, insert like smug, like not smug, but like grimacing face, grinning face, smug grin face here. Yeah, we got a long way to go on those, but we went from 1 battery to 4, so I'm happy with that. For you guys on YouTube, I don't have anything left for you. If you want to, you know, exit that out the door, feel free. Otherwise, you could stick around for the, you know, cleanup. But we will be back on Monday with story time. Are we ready to go to Hebra? I sure hope so, because it's going to be a ice good time, huh?
Oh, give it a rest.
Yeah, that was bad. Anyway, see ya. Thank you very much for stopping by, Mr. Shiny. I will hopefully see you on Monday, good sir. And I hope that renovation goes over smoothly. I hope that everyone is safe and that it's not a burdensome installation either. But yeah, we'll be back on Monday with story time, and you know, then we'll go from there. The next couple of thumbnails should be pretty fun. At least I hope so. I'm gonna make sure I've engineered a couple of them up just for such a purpose. Let's go ahead and get that raid ready to go. If you guys are feeling so inclined, you're more than welcome to raid out with me. We're gonna go give Mr. Monkey Funk some electric love. That's gonna be nice for him. If you guys are feel so inclined, you can copy the... What the heck? Why is Raid 2 not working? There we go. There is just an internal cooldown. That's what that was. If you guys who are just followed or at the follow tier or lower want to copy that message, you can put it in. Otherwise, raiding was so good, they made a raid 2. I'll say. Join the raid to get to 250 amperes? Fair enough. My time is dwindling. It is, in fact, running short. So, my name is Coinstamp, everybody. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Do stay safe out there, my senators and inductees. Do take care of yourselves. You're welcome here in my hallowed halls anytime. See you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.